What's going on, everybody? Welcome to tonight's broadcast of the NACL Open Qualifiers here on Aegis, where we have got ourselves a best-of-5 qualification match for the promotion tournament. It's going to be the team we've been following whole tournament long, Lotus, taking on Zenshi Gaming, newly formed roster for this OQ, who've made a run all the way through the upper bracket to face off for a shot at making the promotion tournament right here and right now in a fearless best-of-5. My name's Gordo. I am joined by TDS today. TDS, how's it going?
I've been sick. I could have been better for today, but it's still an exciting matchup. It's a matchup that will define who will move on to the NACL promotion tournament, and it's two rosters or two teams that are not to be scoffed at. Like, obviously, we have followed Lotus. We know their strength, but on the other side, it's a really strong contender for a team. I think it's going to be a really exciting Bo5, and we can actually go hold a distance thanks to both teams here.
Yeah, and now we're really excited to see who is going to be able to actually make this promotion tournament. I mean, there hasn't been too many crazy upsets so far. I think a lot of folks would have predicted these top four teams, Zenshi Gaming maybe being the most surprising of them. But over on the other side of the bracket, Apex going to be taking on Cupid, two teams that both just exited the NACL, at least in regards to their players, not necessarily the org in Cupid's case, but still looking to go in as a group of 5, try to requalify. Apex has 3 of the same players, if I'm not mistaken, or is it? Yes, 3. So they have
I think Five is not there, and there's another one.
Yeah, RetroZing and Protoss are the new players for them. But that's not going to be the one that's on this stream. This stream is going to be Lotus taking on Zenshi. So let's start off by introducing the rosters. First, starting on the blue side is going to be Zenshi. I don't know if they're the ones we have first up in the graphics package. They are. It's Barrick, NXI, Cupic, Globby, and Kim Down from top to bottom.
Perfect set up there, and yeah, just based off the name, a lot of players that have had NACL experience, that know what is being playing up there, and that are going to try and requalify for their position in the NACL. Now, I think a lot of the focus probably is going to be down there on the bot side with Globby and Kim Down. I think Berg is a really good top laner, obviously, but Globby and Kim Down, probably the two that are going to have the highest opportunity of really making it so that the team can carry it out. And it's going to come down on how the team can enable them really effectively.
Yeah, certainly here. And I mean, Globby going to be the big question mark here. This is a player that we haven't gotten to see too much of so far. Is the bot laner for New York University. Played on Pookie Bears very briefly as well. But the experience here outside of the collegiate level, pretty limited, but has been having himself a pretty solid tournament so far.
Yeah, exactly. And that's kind of the important part, is how effective are they going to come out from there, that they are going to make it work out as effectively as possible. And it may be a little bit of pressure knowing that you're probably the only one that doesn't have this level of experience at trying to qualify to the promotion tournament or trying to reach this point. But I think that the base that Zenshi has already on the other side should be enough for them to be able to get over the finish line. That being said, the other team is Lotus, and they are not going to be a weak team either. Yeah,
no, he's done a really solid job here, and we've seen these other players in and around the NACL before. Barrett coming in as a sub. NXI's been on a few teams. Kim Down from that Team Liquid Challengers rosters, and Cupic from a very short stint on AoE Esports back in the day, playing mid lane for them. Very interesting to see streamers continue to try to get involved in Tier 3. It's been hit and miss so far. You know, guys like Cupic, tried very briefly, ended up pulling out before too long. But then there's whole teams like this Split's Conviction that have done fantastically on that same model. So gonna see which of these categories Cupid can be in this time, now that he's gotten a little bit more time to perhaps train up and to go through the old-fashioned way via the OQs. See how that does for his growth. Certainly a player with a very interesting champion pool. With that said, let's move on over to Lotus and see who is going to be facing off against them today. This is the squad that we've had pegged to make promotion tournament the whole way through and have been following on this stream. It's TC Porsche, Chad, Robbie Bob, Chrome, and Clarice.
Yeah, a really strong roster. We have seen them already played here in the stream. Lotus having got a super strong base and not so much a lot of inexperience in the roster, to put it like that. Like, every player here, or at the very least 4 or 3 out of 5 players have played NACL, and 2 have been on the cusp of. I don't remember Robbie Bob playing in the NACL for as much as I try to remember. So
He
he's one of
subbed
those that doesn't
for
have that NACL.
Ryoma on
Okay.
EG Challengers for a bit.
Oh, well, Niji Challengers. Yeah, so actually, yeah, 4 members with NACL experience. I really think Hoyts has not. So it's still a really strong roster that has the baseline already there and also has the experience to pull it off. Plus, I think has probably the strongest quote-unquote AD carry in the OQs. So it really should be favorable for Lotus when you think about it.
Yeah, there was a Team Fish Taco roster that Robbie Bob was on once upon a time. I'm pretty
Oh,
sure.
true.
So yeah, some stints in the NACL previously, not to the most success in the world, but is certainly looking to get himself back there from the days in 2023 where he was last competing in the league. So we'll have to see if this is going to be the tournament where he's able to make his way back in. Has had some close run-ins on Lotus as an organization. Was a part of that team with Sushi and Mixture and Dardoch, as was Porsche that made a deep run last year, but just didn't end up quite being enough to be able to actually make their way in. Or it was
Yeah,
Supernova,
they're
not Team
going.
Fish Taco. Thank you very much, Wikipedia.
Yeah,
Helped me
Supernova
out.
feels more according to what was expected. But that being said, he does have it, and I think that that's obviously the important part from here. And it really just feels like it's Lotus's game, or at the very least, the favorite is Lotus. The remaining is going to be on how they can try and respond on that from the side of Zenshi. Obviously, not a weak roster at all, but Lotus just feels like they are the extreme favorites, and they should be the ones able to try and take it here. Now, that being said, I think when we go into the Rift, there's going to be a lot of important focus that we need to have on the bot side, how each team is going to play for them, and also if Porsche is going to be able to stand out once again like he did last week.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's going to be the lane matchup to watch because Barrick, I think, is the most standout player to me looking at the Zenshi roster on paper. The player who's been able to show us the best performances over the course of previous OQ runs, stints in the NACL, has had like the most, I think, individual standout compared to the rest of Zenshi. It's got to be
Yep.
Kim down probably for his time on Team Liquid Challengers, though he's been a little bit quieter as of late. And it's got to be Barrick in the top lane, who has had so many individual carry performances, and I think can be a player that can stand up here and compete up against Porsche.
Yeah, exactly. Like that has to be the point of focus where you have to look into and where they need to make it work out as much as possible. And that's going to be the fun part of it, right? Like seeing the strong points of each team, seeing where they are going to try and excel or how they are going to try and not really fight it out and make themselves be as valuable as possible in that sense. Like I really think this Lotus roster feels like a Dog A or Dog A, no, Duck from last split.
Mm-hmm.
So I feel like they are going to be an interesting roster to really watch out for, and I think they have every capability to be able to qualify. But Zenshi is also one of those underdog rosters that you can never go against, like AMI last played, I would say, even though they have experience. Like it does feel like a roster that nobody has a lot of expectations on, that if they can pull the screws or the strings together, then they are going to be able to excel.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. And they are going to start off on blue side here. I do think they have the higher seed. They do. They come into the tournament as the third highest seed overall. So they are, you know, if nothing else, very respectable for solo queue. All have held down some pretty high ranks. And that's how, you know, you end up with a player like Globby that we don't have a ton of experience with here in tier 2, still ending up with a very high seed. It's the intention of prioritizing those solo queue ranks over the course of seeding. That and you don't have to deal with the shenanigans of the seating committee, I think, are also big motivators.
You can technically also just play a lot and actually get higher in rank. Like that's also another option that teams can go for instead of looking just for solo queue players.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the best argument in favor of it, right? Is that, you know, hey, we take these, you know, there's 64 teams, or at least there could be 64 teams if you filled out the bracket. Is taking 300 some players and saying, hey, you know, here's an incentive to actually get super high ranked. Is that the worst thing in the world? Probably not. Could be a good thing for the region all in all. So that's at least somewhat of a motivator, but going to find out if that seeding pays off for Zenshi Gaming, as they have had themselves an easier run through the open qualifiers as a result, and have found themselves wins at basically every turn. It's been a really clean run from them so far, culminating in their defeat over Royals just in the last round.
Yeah, and Royals is also a roster that was high in the rankings. If I'm not wrong, they were a high-ranking solo queue team, but they still had some players that were looking interesting. So I think that being able to go against that, to being able to go over that and play it out really comfortably is something important for some of these rosters as well. As also important from the seeding part and the being able to have an easier route into qualification, it's the fact that you have a second chance, right? Because the lesser opportunities you get up against going against tougher opponents early on, the better your chances at the very least of reaching a higher spot in the lower bracket as well. Because look at Zenshi and Lotus now, right? Like they have qualification potential right now, but then even if they lose here, they have another qualification potential down in the lower bracket in a really high seed. So that's also something important to consider and something that I think a lot of teams have to attempt at going for and trying to keep it up.
Yeah, I mean, you go right down into another best of 5. If you lose here, you go into the lower bracket finals. You play in another qualification best of 5 immediately. So 2 more series to go for the loser of this match. They will get 1 more best of 5 up against another lower bracket team to try to make their way on through. And I do think, there's a decent argument to be made that these 4 are the favorites. The little wrench into things would be Zenshi. I do expect Apex, Cupid, and Lotus to all end up making it to the promotion tournament one way or the other. That would be my prediction.
Yeah,
Where things start to get a little chaotic, though, is, who would be facing off against Zenshi Gaming and how would they end up doing? I'm going to look at the bracket here and try to predict that a little bit here, but that's certainly also somewhere that you can look.
Yeah, there's multiple places here that you can try and see for, and the better the outcome for you is obviously to qualify today, but there's also other places that they can try and set themselves up for success. I feel like for the most part, important thing is really take this match as a one-off, because if you win, you qualify, and that's it. If you lose, you don't want this to inch on you so heavily that you are not able to go over the next round, right? Because it did happen last OQs where we had, I think it was UCI if I'm not wrong. They were in the upper bracket finals. They lost a 5-game series, 3-2 to, I think it was wait, who was it that they lost to? Jolly Rogers, right? Was it Jolly Rogers that they lost to in the previous split? And then they lost as well in the lower bracket. They lost once again, 3-2. Against the another team that I'm sadly blanking on right now. So you really don't want your mentality to be affected by this one game. Like, it's great if you qualify, obviously, but you need to really take it as a one-off and then forget everything and go into the next match perfectly normal.
Yeah, for sure. As Oriana Band going to start things off from the Zenshi Gaming side, Lotus starting off on the red, and we will keep our eyes out for what gets Fearless away as the series goes on. Robbie Bob, player that's going to lose access, I think, to his champion pool quite a bit. And then Porsche with those unique picks like the Gangplank. You got to wonder where the priority falls there. We've seen people in ACL, in OQs, disrespect the Gangplank, end up facing some severe punishment for that. Is that going to be the case here for Zenshi, or will there be a little bit more respect paid here from the likes of Barrick?
I feel like it's one of those things where you need to respect the opposing top laner, but I feel like if you're going to attack a point of contention for Lotus, attacking Robbie feels like a really good measure here. Because one thing that I've noticed recently with a lot of the fearless Bo5s that we've had in a lot of the games is that mid lane pool sometimes feel a little bit scuffed after a certain point. Like, in general, it should be pretty straightforward. You have the Rihannas, the Syndras, the Seers, even Corkis to some degree, Six as well coming through. But then after a certain point where you have played 4 champions and then you ban away 2 of those, it really starts feeling like there's not that many options actually. And then also when you consider the potential flexes, right? If, for example, you play Galio top, or if you play Aurora top, then you start taking away even more champions out of that pool, and it starts feeling like mid lane actually doesn't have that many tools to really grab onto unless you're just leaving a lot of champions really early on out of the play. And this time around, they are banning away 2 champions in the mid lane pool, still leaving it a few open, but also attacking the Vi, attacking the Vard, not a bad choice.
Yeah, the Cupic Lux, something that I expect to see on the ban list quite a bit this afternoon as this series develops, especially as it starts to go deeper. That's one of those picks. There's a little bit of a Lux renaissance going on right now. You got Samikin busting it out, Cupic playing it. Season of Leaves, big fan of Lux as well. We've been seeing that in the ACL from him. So there's a whole bunch of different Lux players starting to really be willing to pick this champion in competitive play around the North American ecosystem. And Cubic just the latest in a long line of those, and perhaps one of the greatest as a player who has led that champion in mid lane to very high ranks many times in the past under the streamer tag, now trying to do it in competitive as well. Gwen going to get taken off the board here for Zenshi, and Yunara going to round things out for Lotus, his first pick of the draft. We'll go into Zenshi's hands here on the blue side.
Is that maybe a Barris pick here? First pick Barris into then just follow up with the AD carry pick on the side of Lotus. Like, there's a lot of choices here that you can kind of see come through here for both sides, especially because the pool is still quite open. Rumble could be also another great first pick if you want to try and have like that strong point in the top side. Although blind picking onto Porsche is a little bit scary, I will say.
Yeah, I still think, like, you know, Pantheon really high up in the prio list as well. That slips through the picks and bans here. I think NXI would not mind getting this early on. So I think that actually would be my pick here if I'm Zenshi Gaming, but their prios may fall elsewhere. They are a team that has a lot of unique angles they can approach the draft with, and they are going to snap up the NACL, so that's going to be a big deny away from Clarice, who does like those sorts of picks. And this is going to be going over to Kim Down, and what feels like a little non-traditional of a Kim Down pick. I really associate him a lot more with like the engagers, although he does like to get himself a little bit of roaming time when he can, and this NACL will help with that.
Yeah, overall, I think the NACL does give you that engage potential anyway, because if you know how to play around your clone and your ultimate timing, it still can be really strong. Technically speaking, it's a flex pick, but I absolutely do not expect that at all to go into the mid lane. But what it does do is that you're at the very least enable a lot of the bot lane matchups, because NACL works really well with almost all AD carries. Like, I'm not sure which AD carry NACL doesn't work with very well, to be honest.
Yeah, and I don't know, you know what? Now that I think about it, I don't know if I'm totally disregarding the chances of a NACL flex. This is a champion that has two abilities that are very similar to Lux's. Got the old snare AoE damage spell combo. Could see that one coming through for Cubic. Wouldn't be the most shocking thing in the world. Lotus going to take a rotation of Corki Leona to play an aggressive bottom lane into what they are clearly assuming is going to be a NACL support.
Yeah, overall, I think that makes sense. Although I like having an engaged support with the Corki. Corki deals deceptively a huge amount of damage early on in the game. So having that sort of good amount of damage early on can work out really nicely still. As with the bot lane on the other side, you can still go for a lot of options. You can go Jhin if you want to go for a little bit of wave clear more easily. Barris feels like the obvious option considering the fact that it was left open. Can still play flex with the poke and the attack speed Barris. And also you have the NACL. So they're just going to deal very well with it. And then for the remainder, I think you go jungle here and just try and have a comfortable jungle matchup here. Xin Zhao available, Pantheon available, you have Sejuani still. So there's tools here that you can go for in the jungle if you want to go for one.
Wow.
Oh,
I mean, for the Scion. So this is going to be an early Scion from Barrick. I think this opens up an opportunity for a gang playing from Porsche if he does want to go for it. But I mean, I don't know. What did we forget about Pantheon? Is it not our favorite anymore? What did Pantheon do to you?
Maybe they don't like it.
Yeah, I don't know, but it's definitely a champion that has been at the highest presence rate of anything throughout this open qualifier so far, sitting there at about 62.82% presence and a 55% win rate. Not bad either, but it will be the Ambessa coming through from Porsche, so he will take the opportunity to get himself something fighty in the top lane, given a freer lane up against this Scion.
It's technically a counter pick potential there, but it's still going to work out really nicely in that position. Now, this does give you a pretty straightforward idea of one Zenshi will play, right? Because you have a tank in the top lane, AD carry in the bot lane with a support that can engage. You have a pretty straightforward front line with a great damage dealing back lane. Depending on which form of barriers we see, though, it's going to also depend on what the mid laner pick is now going to be. Because if it's poke barriers, I'm expecting to see a little bit more consistent damage from the mid lane. Could be something like a Seer picture still available that you can go for. On the other side, though, now that you have the Ambessa here, I think having a tank jungler probably enables you a little bit more to have a little bit more safety, more potential to go for different plays and things like that. Pantheon could be the option just because he is deceptively tanky and also the shielding value could be great. Surprised that they banned the Trundle here, considering that they have first pick on this side. Yeah,
against the Scion too. That is a little bit of a surprise to me, but that is Lotus's priority here. And I mean, if there's not going to be, you still got to talk about the prios here. The Xin Zhao, the Wukong, the Pantheon, all still very, very powerful. can't ban them all on Zenshi Gaming's side. So in fact, they're not going to ban any of them. They take away the Azir to attempt to continue to pinch Robbie's pool, noting that Corki could still be flexed up there if the situation calls for it, but it would surprise me. I think they like their Corki Leona into Varus Nico lane. These last few junglers, we will find out what they're going to go for. I do think that there's a solid chance that they want one of that trifecta of the Xin Zhao, the Pantheon, and the Wukong.
Yeah, exactly. Like, there's still their choices here that can be really effective. The Xin Zhao, the Pantheon, even the Wukong, like you're mentioning, has a lot of value in some of these games. The only thing that I'm worrying about is maybe the survivability of some of these champions, since they do have a great tank on one side, and on the other side, there's not that much tankiness. But as long as they are able to reach the backline, it shouldn't be that difficult. As the said, by the way, as well here, fearing the chat said, I'm not sure if it's a game for it said, if I'm honest with you, but respect ban coming through. And now for chat speak, I think they probably go for chat speak here, not picking the mid lane just yet. Xin Zhao, pretty straightforward, makes sense, does still have the crashing guard value, so not necessarily the worst. And now what does Robbie Babu want to go for?
Yeah, I mean, plenty still left here for Zenshi. They can go for the Wukong, they can go for the Pantheon. I am going to keep on advocating for Pantheon. I don't know why it's still here, but clearly not a ton of priority being given over to the jungle by both of these teams. Braum coming in. That is a flex of Nico to mid.
Okay.
They will flex the Nico to mid for Cupic. So perhaps
Interesting.
A little bit of prophecy there early on in the draft. And you know what? I guess it is kind of similar to Lux when you think about it. So Cupic going to be very happy to snap that one on up. Pick that we're not too unfamiliar with here in North America. APA been a big Nico mid proponent for a very long time.
Until it wasn't a mid laner anymore. Yeah, going to try and make it work out here. Now, Nico does have her strengths pretty clear, but I think after like the 15-minute mark in the mid lane, she just becomes really a stun bot. Similar to an Annie, but even less power. So not surprised that that can end up happening here. And now it does mean that you want to go for a jungler that can enable this Nico really well. I think Nocturne now with a Nico, not a bad choice in the mid jungle duo, really effective to try and go for that. Instead it's the Pantheon. Straightforward anyway. You have point and click CC into CC from the Nico into follow up with the ultimate. So all in all, not necessarily a bad choice that you can go for. And closing it out with a picture, so trying to get a lot of control of the specific areas of the map as Lotus, trying to have gravity field be strong, Leona have great engage potential, and then try and lock down so that you can reach this backline. Varus, that it will be led by himself pretty much with the Braum, because the Nico, the Pantheon, and the Sion probably want to try and go in.
Yeah, a consistent pick for Robbie Bob here, one that we have seen from him many times throughout recent tournaments, and he will snap it up for himself here to scale into the later game as that mid lane DPS threat. Does, I think, give a solid scaling advantage over to Lotus based on what we're seeing up here. I'm assuming it's lethality Varus. It's almost always lethality Varus, but we could see a little bit of a surprise end up coming on through here from the newcomer in the bottom lane, as we haven't seen too much of Globby. He could bust out something surprising.
Yeah, there's always the angle for it to work out. There's always the opportunity for something surprising to kind of come through. Today I actually was a little bit in the LTA South playoff matchup that Griffin played, and Pantheon did come through, but I was surprised to see the Bolivar in the jungle from Griffin, and it actually looked quite nice. So I wouldn't be against if Bolivar comes through. It's fun seeing the off-meta champions making an appearance, and I hope that that's something that Lotus looks into as well.
Yeah, Chad's a Volibear guy. He had himself a bit of a pop-off Volibear game on the ACL stream not too long ago, if I'm not mistaken. So definitely something that could end up coming through as well as the series goes on. As we are in a full Fearless best of 5, so definitely potential for some more off-the-wall picks to come on through, especially if these teams start to trade games back and forth and it doesn't end up being one-sided. So always hoping to see a little bit of back and forth in these sorts of series. 3-0, always a little bit of a disappointment. So if we do get into those later games, we will find out.
Yeah, you want to see the full BO5 go all the way. Now, you want to see that as an unbiased caster and as an unbiased fan. But if you're a fan of either team, you want to close it out really quickly. You don't want to be suffering the BO5 into potential elimination matchup. It's not the best experience, but certainly I expect both teams to really set us up for a BO5 here, for an actual BO5 going all the way, because of the caliber of players there is here.
certainly we will be getting into. Oh, what I hope is, do we have more limited spec delay, or did we not turn that on? I'm curious, because that is on the live.
Didn't they deactivated it?
It's live. You could do it if you want. We played some LBLCS matches earlier this week, and
didn't they break it down stupidly during the? Or was it actually fixed?
They broke custom games. So, don't get me wrong. They definitely broke custom games, but just because they broke custom games does not mean that they did not turn off spec delay. I'm hearing from Prod that, I mean, obviously it depends on if they enabled it when they created the codes or not. So it's possible that they created the codes a long time ago, but I mean, it is a new patch, and I think you'd have to generate new codes for the new patch anyway. I don't know. We'll find out if we load it.
I'm glad I'm not on the production side of this, because I really do not know how that works.
Yeah.
I know it can happen. I don't know how it works though.
I don't know. Well, the point being, they definitely broke custom games. So here's a promise. All right, so we are on spec delay. Spec delay is still present. Oh well, that's life. The other thing that this patch with the live spec delay did do is it did break your ability to reorder in custom games. You need to leave all the way out of the lobby and then come back in to attempt to modify and get into like LCS order. Nobody's going to bother to do that. So just know when we get onto the map, we're going to load in, we're going to be in the wrong order, and we're going to have to shuffle them around a little bit.
I'm surprised with the new ways that they can find to break things that were not broken in a way that no one ever expected.
Hey man, I'm just happy that like spec is working. All right, don't.
True, we may have not even been able to.
All right,
we've
had very, very minor changes to spec before that have just outright broken the whole thing. So, yeah. You know what? I think this feels like it was less than 3 minutes. Am I crazy? Did I spend that much time ranting about picks and changes?
Maybe it was Caddy. Caddy just buff up the spec delay so that it was only going to be 1 minute and not 3 minutes.
I mean, I'll take that. Yeah, this feels like it was less than 3 minutes. Maybe we were just behind on draft. Okay, it was Caddy. It was Caddy giving us the buffer. Shout out to Caddy. Always keeping the production value high. And welcome to Summoner's Rift as Zenshi Gaming takes on Lotus in a best-of-5 for qualification for the NACL promotion tournament.
Yeah, one of the best chances both of these teams are going to get to qualify. The last chance in the year to qualify to NACL. So neither team wants to try and make it so that they are not going to qualify. They want to give all today and make it happen. As a little bit of an invade spotted here, nothing really weird out of the ordinary. And now it's going to be a lot of control over the bot side jungle of Chad.
Yep, just looking to keep track of where Chad is clearing in this early game. They will be spotted going in and going out, but there will be no trade of vision over onto the other side. Barrack watching that ramp. See if anybody from Lotus attempts to make a move in that direction. And now they've got multiple members covering it together, so I don't think there's going to be an angle here for Robbie Bob.
Yeah, going to be a little bit difficult to really find that out, but if they can find a place here to make it work out, could potentially really work, be valuable for them to start the snowball rolling. Now everyone just waiting a little bit on the side. Bot lane wise, it is going to be attack speed barriers, so some of the trades are going to be a little bit better for in the long run for the side of Zenshi's, but it's also true that if you get poked here or if you get attacked on here, it's going to be a little bit more difficult to actually collect onto the damage or onto the minions from a safe distance.
Yeah, definitely. Bobby going with a little bit more of a attack speed build rather than the more traditional lethality Varus that we have seen as of late. That is the direction Riot's trying to push people into. Give a little bit more space for the attack speed Varus. Make lethality a little bit less oppressive. We have seen the prio of the champ go down, but we haven't seen the on-hit prio go up too much. See if Globby is going to be leading the charge on a change for that in this game, as they do take level 2 first and get Chrome and Claritz on the back foot.
Yeah, forcing them off of the wave really early on, really nice by them by trying to just keep the pressure as much as possible. Like you're mentioning, even after the nerfs, I remember the poke build from the Varus. It still wasn't even more popular than the attack speed build. Now, I think that people have taken a step back into that, going more into the attack speed, but it's surprising that even with nerfs, people just opted into lethality a little bit more. That being said, I still think there's angles to go lethality. It's just that it shouldn't be the go-to build anymore. Oh.
Zenith Blade forward from Clarit's going to get that trade started. Gets returned fire onto, but all in all, not too bad of a trade for the likes of Lotus, as both junglers find themselves at the bottom side of the map. So we might get some brawling around that bottom side for this Scuttle Crab if both junglers do keep on time and show up to it at the same moment.
Yeah, could really be an angle where they try and play for the Scuttle Crab on both sides, but the control in the mid lane and in the bot lane does favor Lotus a little bit more, and that can turn around a couple of the situations here.
Absolutely. So keeping our eyes on Robbie for potential moves, has been playing that mid lane aggressively. Cupid very low on HP. Cupic. Will not want to confuse the player with the team competing in the other qualification match today, but Robbie does continue to thread through these lasers and make life a little tougher for the Nico. Engage from Kim down, doesn't connect Winter's Bite. That will mean that Lotus are just fine here. They're in fact going to take the fight on the NXI because they know they've got Chad in the wings. Dodges out on Wind Becomes Lightning, but NXI loses about half of his HP anyway. They don't block aggressive blows on to Clarit's, and so Lotus, they just have the health bar advantage.
Yeah, this now gives a room for the Xinjiao to try and go towards the top side. Get this Scuttle Crab in case. Oh, Cupic.
Right over the wall comes Chad, and this very well could be a flash blown. Cupic gonna get chunked down low. That's right off the back of TP. So TP's back and is right back in the situation that he just got himself out of. A rough start for Cupic here as Robbie Bob controlling lane with his R5 mid lane pick. It came down to get straight solo killed by Chrome.
Yeah, Kim down not expecting that, doesn't even flash or heal. Chrome just uses the cleanse and gets Fresh Blood out of nowhere, and that's the way to try and set up your bot lane for success. He gets a random solo kill, and that way you can just play the game off of that. Now this opens up space for Clarit's to even move more comfortably, because who's really going to put up dent onto the Corki early on? He has the damage to push, he has the Valkyrie to run away, plus a flash, so it's going to be a little bit more difficult now for the side of Zenshi to really put up pressure onto Chrome.
Yeah, I mean, that's a rough look for the bot lane of Zenshi there to start things off. They're probably the most experienced player in Kim down, having spent some time in the Team Liquid ecosystem. Gets himself straight solo killed by Chrome, and will now just be an extra set of gold into the pockets of that Corki. He does reset. He is going to spend on scaling. Picks up the Cull, picks up the Tear of the Goddess. Recognizes that they have a strong disengaged focus on that bottom side, and that Varus should be able to farm safely, and just saying, hey, I'm going to get my advantages where I can get them. I'm going to make sure I invest for my future.
And your future is to try and kill everyone else. So, yeah, overall not a bad choice there by Chrome. That being said, it does mean that damage-wise, it's going to be slightly better for the Varus at this point, because they do have the pickaxe and a little bit extra damage. But for Lotus, they don't need to really rush it. They have a good composition that can scale really well as well with the Victor and the core keep to a certain degree. So they can just try and play the waiting game a little bit longer.
Yeah, Robbie gets a first recall catalyst, so he is going for that Rod of Ages build. He's been a big fan of the Rod of Ages build and a lot of these traditional mages. He's been going it on stuff like the Orianna, stuff like the Victor a lot more frequently as of late after the last round of balance changes. Likes the tankiness it gives, likes the reliable scaling that it provides, and kind of leaning into that same identity that Chrome is here, where even with
Kim down
chooses to invest into scaling, and now going over the wall, looking like they're going to try to build that lead even further. Flashing over the wall is Kim down. A chance for Globby to trade back. He will be able to finish off one. Flashes out to safety. Chad's right on top of him, though. Flashing for some more. NXI with the full stacks of passive, going to throw up the shield to try to stay alive even longer, but Chad gets a double. Wind Becomes Lightning. NXI has to flash as well. Chrome is under the tower. Picks up the jungler. Picks up the support, and Chrome is 3 kills deep.
And you know what? Chrome is trying to make me feel right here, trying to show that he is in fact the best AD carry in the Okus, and going forward so aggressively there, but also playing it on the right timing. When he went forward, it was also timing when the shield was going down, so the damage was not going to get blocked. You get the kill there, and then follow up on the kill onto Kim that was going to be pretty comfortable at that point. 3-0 start for this Corki, already a Sheen plus the Cole and the Tier getting stacked, and it's going to open up so much space in the map, because it also means that now Chad can get this dragon for free.
And this is why Lotus prio this champion so highly. Cupid looking for a play, not going to be able to steal away the dragon. Will lock down Chad. Can he get out of here? Throws down the Crescent Guard. Here's Claritz looking for some additional lockdown. They want to trade onto Cupid, but he will be able to flash out to safety. And now Claritz might be up too far as well. A quick double kill gets Globby right onto even keel alongside Chrome. 3 kills for each of the marksmen. Robbie trying to roam into the play, going to throw down that Chaos Storm. Gets a lot of damage down on a Kim down, who's blasted away by Chrome. Kill credit goes into Robbie's pockets, and NXI going to be the next one who has to run away. Will have enough space to stay alive, but Lotus, they get the clap back and they get more gold out of their carries.
A dragon plus a kill to 2 kills in favor of Zenshi. I think the important part here is that at the very least, Globby also gets a couple of kills. So trying to fit this barriers and keep it as strong as possible to the Corki. It's going to be a head-to-head between both AD carries to make the most out of the gold that they are getting and try and magnify their value in this game. Will it work out that way or that effectively? We'll just have to wait and see if that's the case. But for now, at the very least, it's looking like they find a lot of value in their favor.
Chrome getting some plates into this bottom lane as well. I mean, big game for Globby to get 3 kills. The 2 that he got in that last trade to kind of catapult himself back into competition. Going to make sure that his bot lane doesn't just become a slam. You don't want to find yourself in a position where the 2 marksmen are left to farm in isolation and Chrome is just bullying the hell out of this little Varus. The fact that he will be able to get his Blade of the Rune King on time should do a lot to keep Globby in the game and keep Zenshi's options open.
Yeah, just trying to give a little bit more space to themselves, just trying to make it so that they can try and find some angles in their favor. It's going to be more ideal. They have the global ultimate now on the Pantheon, so maybe they can try and pull off a little bit more plays on their side. But they need to, well, it's not like they need to force something, but it would be more ideal if they can force something in the process. Oh.
Trades back and forth. Chains of Corruption coming from Globby. Wants this trade onto Claritz. Eclipse is a hell of a drug, though. Keeps him standing for way longer than Kim down can contend. But NXI arrives to the scene. Claritz going to get shot with a hail of arrows. Another stun going to come on through on a Crow. And that's a double kill to Globby. 5-1 on the Varus. And who cares how fed Chrome is? NXI turns around the play and bot.
Yeah, and it's really important the way that they use the global ultimate from the Pantheon, and it was something we were talking about. It's how they set up for success in that position, where they found the instantaneous ultimate from the Varus, catching 2 members really effortlessly there. There was barely a cleanse for Chrome to be able to play around it, and then the ultimate from the Pantheon allows you to play globally. This is why the Pantheon is so high priority as well, having that global value. Surprised that they gave it up so easily, and now NXI trying to maximize the value of the pick here as effectively as possible.
And love the aggressive calls there from the side of Zenshi. A very early Chains of Corruption setting up for the drop of Pantheon to come on in there. Cosmic Starfall makes the play, and Zenshi now find themselves with a lead on their marksman. Globby, the newcomer to Tier 3, having a great first game. I do think we lost TDS there. Yeah, we did. All right. So it's all right. I'll be holding it down for the next couple of minutes. 5-5 on the scoreboard. Lotus find themselves 1K gold ahead despite the struggles of the bottom lane. And pretty much all that is coming from success to the solo lanes. See a 10-20 CS lead for both Robbie and Porsche, both doing very well in their respective one-on-ones that they did get counter-picked towards. And Robbie has, in particular, been showing some of that on the camera, but Porsche's been quietly doing it up the top lane, making sure that this Ambessa is able to get onto Black Cleaver nice and early, and that will serve them well in potential upcoming Dragon and Rift Herald fights. A minute to go until that next Ocean Drake will be available. I do expect Lotus to be there on time. They might need some additional resources because of how strong Globby's been able to get in the course of these early trades. He's got Blade of the Rune King. He's coming back in through mid lane on the redeploy. They've rotated the mid laners down to bot, where Robbie does have the push advantage and will look to keep things crashing in. But the fact that he's going scaling build with the Rod of Ages might make him a little bit less powerful in these first initial trades. We'll see if that's going to affect their ability to secure this dragon here. As the clock continues to tick down, he's going to be able to crash in the wave, has a level advantage over Cupid. Will force him to answer this wave. First move available for the Lotus mid laner here. as they try to clear away control wards, set up their vision lines, and make sure that they have all of the opportunities possible to be able to collapse on towards Zenshi. NXI waiting over the wall, spotted on vision. Chad fishing with a little bit of damage from the wind becomes lightning. But the push in from Barrick will give Barrick first move here. He's going to have TP any second now. Solar Flare comes out. No stun found. This non-committal engage for Lotus, though. The fact that they are not now stuck in a fight is part of what makes that Leona so powerful. So Clarit's going to back on away. And is the absence of that Solar Flare plus Barrick's presence going to be enough to just force Lotus away from the play entirely? They can afford to play this slow. Porsche's alone on top side, and it does look like the call is going to be like, hey, we've got scaling items on Corki, we've got scaling items on Robbie. We are not at the strongest fight potential yet. Maybe we just give free plates to Porsche. Let them have Dragon number 2. We're tied 1-1 in Dragons now, and we know we're going to be able to win out in the later games. So Lotus making a conscious sacrifice there to make the cross-map trade, get multiple plates into Porsche, and accept their loss where they have to take it. They just don't feel advantaged in this fight situation. Cupid coming in from the river now, going to spot out Chad. Chad's going to get the fight started onto him, though. Robbie is going to be here. Pop Blossom comes on across, but Cupid has already taken so much damage. In comes NXI off of the ultimate, but Chrome arrives alongside Clarice. Chad's into the back line, finishes off Cupid. Kim down, going to be next up on the menu, has to hide out underneath the turret. And it's a quick 1-for-0 for Lotus, but it's one in a fight that Zenshi started. Difficult look here for Zenshi trying to make plays, but Cupid is pretty far behind. There's going to be a Solar Flare coming through, forcing the cleanse, forcing the flash out of the likes of Globby. Those are two important summoner spells gone for Zenshi's marksman, while Lotus looks to be able to set themselves up for the later game. Chad gonna get blown up by NXI here. And there is enough for Sundered Sky to be able to work his way through their health bar. And now it's Robbie Bob in a 1-versus-2, soon to be a 1-versus-3 as Cupid is TP'd to the scene. And that's a quick double kill over to Zenshi. Shutdown gold into Cupid's pocket to get him back into the game.
I'm back. I was able to return from the deaths.
Welcome back.
And I noticed also that both kills going here to the side of Zenshi's. A little bit of gold going both ways. It's important because obviously Barry is getting the 5 kills here. A little bit more difficult to try and play around that, but if you maximize the value on the NACL and the Pantheon, it's going to be really ideal for them. That being said, NACL is reaching that point where the second item is pretty much the point where she gets strongest, and then after that she's going to feel like the same champion all around, where Pantheon maybe can get a little bit stronger, a little bit more damage, a little bit tankier, and that's about it. But the game is staying really close. Even though the gold is in favor of Lotus, the difference is not that much.
Yeah, the other thing you missed is that there was a trade of the dragon. They gave Zenshi the dragon pretty much without contest in trade to get a few plates over on a Porsche. So still leaning into that scaling identity are Lotus, really wanting to make sure that they hit their spikes before they try to take any even-numbered fighting. It will be a start off onto the Rift Herald, though. Feeling strong with this set of players, especially as Porsche wanders his way on up. Zenshi will have 5 first. Clarine's getting engaged on. Concussive Blow's going to stun him up. Manages to knock away Chad as well. Crescent Guard is through pretty late. Clarine's already going to be down. Cupid finds Porsche. Chad going to fall down as well. Porsche's arrived, but now he's in a little bit of a 1-versus-3. He's going to get blown up with ease. Chrome is able to finally finish off Cupid, but this is a 3-for-1 fight for Lotus, and Barrick is looking to hunt down Robbie Bob. Manages to slow him up while he's stuck up against the wall, and will be able to push him all the way back. No kill potential here, but that's a Rift Herald to Zenshi and a 1 fight for Zenshi.
Yeah, really good fight by Zenshi there. Particularly importantly, finding Clarice in such a bad spot.
NXI. He's back.
Yeah, he really wants to make a statement here. Jumping all over the place, but for the side of Lotus, really bad fight, really bad losses that they get there. Not only the Herald, but the multiple members that died, and also first real teamfight we see from Porsche as well, and not really finding the value that you were looking for from this Ambessa. Gets on top of the Barris, but immediately stunned into killed by the combo from the Barris. And this is the thing, Barris poke may be strong from a safe distance, yes, but if you get all your stacks down as the attack speed Barris, you still will deal a huge amount of damage with the Q and with the bomb and with the W utilization. So it's something that you can still pop people out without really expecting them.
Yeah, Porsche managed to close out that tower. That's a second in the pockets of Lotus. They have done themselves a pretty good job of giving Porsche a solid lane to farm through. Finds himself the moderate gold lead over his lane opponent, and was able to get into that last fight, but just wasn't able to have the results that he wanted. They lost too many members too quickly.
Yep.
Which made it difficult to execute on the fight, but feats of warfare are secured for Lotus. They were when they took that bot lane turret. So they are now rocking those enhanced boots. And this next dragon, going to be the last one without a fully stacked Roa, going to be the last one without a fully upgraded Muramana. Are Lotus going to take it, or are they going to give one more? Here comes Rift Herald crashing into mid lane. Will deal a boatload of damage, but not enough to take the turret. Double root was found by Cupic. But all that gives is a little bit of poke damage onto Clarice and Chad.
It's still a really good amount there. They do have the extra fruit here to actually get back on track. But like you're mentioning, I think that you don't actually fight this if you're Lotus. Just wait for your timings. Have the Mirror Mana, have the Mana Immune, have the Robbie Bob stacked already with the Rod of Ages. Just give yourselves a better opportunity to fight it out. And you have no vision control here, although Porsche
is deep behind enemy lines. He's going to send it, lands the public execution, looking to get on the Globby. He is kited for days, and Globby goes unstoppable, but Chad gets back into the fray, launches himself forward on towards Cupic, who has to flash back over the wall to be able to stay back alive. Robbie Bob advancing now, going to cut off Cupic with that gravity well, or rather Barrick, as they try to finish him off. Barrick going to try to get onto Clarice, but there's enough CC for them to stop him. The Titanic Hydra auto lets Barrick trade a kill back onto Clarice, and now Chad is in too deep. He's going to get finished off. Kill credit to Cupic. It's a 2-for-3 fight. Zenshi is actually turning out the better, but Robbie is looking to finish off Cupic. Needs to land another laser. Can't quite get in range, and Cupic will get away with murder. 4-2-5 on the Nico.
And that was also at the end a flash from Robbie Bob, and he gets absolutely nothing. They do have the Raw stack now completely, and that looked like a fight that maybe the side of Lotus could have made it worked out much better. But at the end, doesn't turn into that, doesn't turn into a bigger notice. And we'll have to wait and see how the next fight for Lotus works out. But you can see in those fights, Porsche may try and find the angle to go onto the bars, but he gets just immediately stunned into killed. Like, there's nothing this Ambessa can do because he just gets immediately blown out in the process.
Yeah, the Braum, Nico, Scion trio doing such a good job of keeping their backline protected. There's going to be a big solar flare flashed away from by everybody, and Porsche has to flash out himself. Chad coming in on the flank, going to find Cupic. He's going to pop the pop blast, going to the spaces, landed only onto Chad, and you know what? That's enough as he trades 1-for-1. Public execution, though, it finds Globby, and Robbie will take him down. It is a 1-for-2 trade. Lotus with control over the Dragon.
Now there's no smite on either side. They can try and take down this dragon, but such a long sequence of fights. First the one that went into the jungle, now this one that goes into the river a little bit more, and it's all just a really long fight that Lotus is able to take the advantage of at the end there. Killing Globby, killing the NXI in the process, able to just thread this dragon and get it as well. And maybe they can even set up for the Hurricane as Cupic trying to run away. There's no ulti, so it should be pretty easy for them.
Absolutely, and they will be able to escape. Otacon up on the board now. A 1k gold lead to Lotus, and I gotta say, Zenshi are putting up a hell of a fight here. This has been a close game number 1. I came in today somewhat concerned that this could be a one-sided stop for Lotus. Zenshi have not had the hardest path so far, and they are a newer team playing together as 5. But they are going toe-to-toe with Lotus here today, TDS. This game number 1 looking very promising, and they are not out of it.
Yeah, they are making it. They are doing everything they can to try and take it away here. And to be honest with you, I think Zenshi is playing really nicely in some of those instances. It's just really a slight difference of how much can you protect the Varus and how much can you get after doing that. Because they can kill Porch, yes, they can kill every member essentially with the Varus. But if the Varus has no flash, has no chance of corruption, Kim Down is getting poked or attacked on the side, it's very difficult for these Varus to survive. And that's really the only deficient thing about this composition, is having the Pantheon, the Nico, and the Sion wanting to go all in and not giving enough protection for the Varus in the process.
Well, control over this bot river, well established by Zenshi, the Otacon, the name of the game right now, with no Baron on the table for 3 more minutes. And vastly better numbers here for the side of Zenshi, with Lotus's top and jungle back in the base. Gonna get a little bit of spending off, gonna show back up with 2 legendary items apiece. No room to really start the Otacon yet, but having this much vision and control established will serve Zenshi nicely.
Now looking, oh, Cubic.
There's a double knockup, going to be finding plenty of damage on through, and they
look at the damage though.
On off Cubic. Good jump by Chrome, and they will be advancing forward for a little bit more. There's a reset towards the Chaos Storm off of NXI, and Lotus get a quick 2-0, and they will get control over the bottom river. Good play by Lotus for control.
Into Atacon. After that, just immediately going into the Atacon, and now, even though the Cubic play initially is not necessarily bad, the problem is that they don't have the damage to be able to follow up there, and they don't catch members that are easy to be able to blow up, right? It's Xinjiao and it's Clarice and the Leona. Like, those are members that you can kill, but it's going to take a little bit longer. If it was Chrome or Robbie Bob, that was going to be a much easier kill as trying to get onto Robbie Bob, but it's going to be difficult.
Now they will move back in through mid. Lotus with 4 members strong. Looking for an attempted... well, actually, there is no Baron up yet, but they can get a little bit of version control.
It's a little bit later now.
They have 1 minute and 10 to at least try to make sure that this river belongs to them and keep themselves in control. They do balloon their gold lead up to a little bit over 2.5K. And so much of that is on Chrome and Robbie, exactly where you would ask for it to be.
Yeah, surprisingly enough, though, there's not a lot of like side lane pressure put here by Lotus. Even though there is a side and an eco on the side, I was expecting a little bit more from Porsche to really try and force into the turret. But it feels like every time they want to do something, it's just team fight and team fight and team fight, which is not inherently wrong. But I'm surprised that they don't try and put more pressure down there or on the sides there.
Porsche moving on down, will be brawling up with Barrick for the time being, and will look to keep that wave shoved in for the foreseeable future. They want to get control over this topside Baron. There will be a brief moment where it is up and the Dragon is not. Lotus taking some last minute resets on that timer. Make sure that they will be geared up for the battle and also get themselves on a soul point once the Dragon is up here in 45.
They can also try and play around it with in the way that they can give up one objective for the other. They can go for a Baron buff instead of the Dragon Soul at this point. They have much stronger members. Chrome is on 3 items where the Baron is only at 2.5. You have also the 2 completed items on Robbie buff, maybe the 3rd one after this back. So there's more chances here to actually force a fight on the side of Lotus. And with their extra damage, yeah, 3rd item completed for Robbie buff, this extra damage is just going to make such a big difference in most of the situations.
TP being channeled now. This is Robbie Bob looking to get a little bit faster in towards mid lane for what could be a massive brawl. Rockets sent back and forth by the side of Chrome and Lobby. But not going to be connecting for too much lasting damage. The Dragon will be started off by Porsche single-handedly, while Lotus posture as though they're looking to start this Baron. I like these mind games. And it does look like Lotus are likely going to be able to secure themselves the Dragon off of it. Porsche just completely unanswered.
Yeah, now trying to maybe put a little bit of pressure on Porsche or on with Porsche here and making it so that it's really difficult to answer on that. And they actually just immediately starting the Dragon. 4 members were on the side there, but Porsche by himself starting it, moving around and knowing that the Baron is not going to be threatened means that they can try and go for it really easily. So now soul point obtained. It's going to be a decision on what Zenshi wants to try and do. If they want to contest the Dragon or if they want to try and play for the Baron in the future. What really are they going
there's
to
going to be a big flash engage found by Cubic, but they will be able to escape for the time being. Robbie Bob flashing forward, looking to get the damage on the Globby, but he's going to fall too quickly. That's shut down gold to the marksman, and Chrome now trying to kite this one out. NXI
perfect there
on his attempted stun and will be shut down. It's a 4 versus 4 now. Porsche on the flank. Health bars looking a little bit better for Zenshi, but Lotus still want to take the fight. Crescent guard thrown down by Chad. They'll take anybody they can get. Launches into the backline, gets on a Globby.
Perfect there, Chad.
Of the Otacon, and Porsche now running amok in the backline. Gets himself 2 while they finish off Barrick in front. Lotus take 4 off the map, and this Baron belongs to them.
Extreme Chad Jangle play there, flashing immediately to get the knock up onto Robbie, able to find the kill into the barriers and then following up on the remaining play. That fight was so weird because it started obviously with that huge engage, but also the way that it was forced in that situation is that they kind of forced themselves or put themselves in a spot where Barriers was going against the Victor, and then they kind of put themselves forcing each other to flash away and play around that. Then Porsche tries to commit into the barriers, doesn't get on top of the barriers instead, and forces the flash and the cleanse away. But it meant that with the ensuing fight, the longer that it lasted, if they found that angle there onto the barriers, they can kill him because he has no way to escape, and they find it perfectly in that position. Another few kills for this at Lotus, and with Baron buff just setting themselves up for success here.
And with that, Lotus do feel like they are massively favored to be able to close out this game. Number one, Zenshi find themselves at their greatest deficit yet. One dragon away from Soul Point. Baron buff getting rocked by Lotus. They can get themselves some inner turrets here. It'll be even more gold funneled into them. They're already 5.5k up regardless. And they have all of the core items they need on their carries. Cupid's ability to be able to start fights that just end instantly, it's just not coming on through as much as the scaling comes on through, and Lotus are looking strong and ready to keep on fighting.
I swear I'm just looking at Porsche there on the side, waiting to pop his ultimate and get on top of the barriers, but just restraining himself, waiting a little bit, and just trying to force a play. Oh, that was close.
Siege on the bottom side, Siege in mid as well. Here comes the Grand Starfall. They are going to throw down the pop.
Oh, Chrome. Wait, Chrome.
Cupid has been melted down. Will be a 1-for-1 with Chrome, though, and Robbie now caught between a rock and a hard place. Barrick and NXI will take him out, and now Lotus are out of carries with members on both sides of them. The entire team in a pincher maneuver around the rest of Lotus. They're going to try to fight their way through. Triple knockup found off the ultimate of Barrick. Attempted recall by NXI. He's trying to bail on his teammates. Will interrupt that recall to see if he can finish off Chad in the meantime, but he's spotted by Porsche trying to flee, but Porsche will chase him down. Chad gets involved. Clarice finishes the kill, and now Globby and Kim down in a 2 versus 3 situation that Lotus are going to keep on fighting. Another Zenith Blade, another lockdown, and 2 more kills to Lotus for the ace.
Yeah, you mentioned there was no carries for Lotus, but Chad and Porsche disagree with you there, Gordo. Doing all the damage in that remaining fight. They killed Chrome so early on in that play, and Robbie Bob was between the rock and a hard place, like you were mentioning before, but it doesn't really matter. Chad is actually so strong as well with this Titanic and Thunder Skies. He just deals so much damage, and then taking down this inhibitor, opening up so much more space in the map, and even now potentially threatening for that last dragon at 1 minute.
Only 4 kills in the lead, but playing the map excellently. Lotus at 7,500. Prepared to close out game number 1. 50 seconds to go on their Soul Point, if they even need it. If Zenshi try to take a fight before then or around then, and Lotus are able to win out again, they might just close out the game right then and there. 30 minutes in. Hard fought by Zenshi, but Lotus have truly pulled ahead now. And they need to pull themselves out some kind of miracle fight. And you would think that that miracle fight would be picking off both carries, but that didn't work out either.
Yeah. That should be the start, but now it looks like it's not going to be enough. They actually just need to kill them all. Which makes sense when you think about it with the amount of gold that they have in general.
Keeping the siege going, a little bit of a 4-1 setup as Porsche makes sure that these waves are crashing in the bottom side. Already using the grubs to keep the push going. Down below half, down below a third, and down in total. Lotus dying. The inhibitor turret, this inhibitor going to fall as well, and Zenshi just don't have an angle to fight.
Soul is dying in the process. Porsche is just taking it down, so it's going to be Soul for Lotus here, nothing to try and stop them from being able to accomplish it, and another turret taken down plus an inhibitor taking down. It's just trying to run down the right steps to really close out the series, or this first game, sorry, and doing a really good job at that on the side of Lotus.
Porsche moonlighting as a jungler towards the back half of this game as he gets 2 dragons solo and secures the Hextech Soul, or the Chemtech Soul rather, for the likes of Lotus. They are now rocking an additional epic buff as Porsche comes in through mid lane to regroup with the rest of the squad, and anything short of a big mistake now feels like it is going to be a Lotus win. continue to try to find some of this poke damage. The rockets coming out across from Chrome. He does have a Guardian Angel now, so picking him with a big plot blossom not going to be an effective strategy any longer. And a Porsche just shoving through mid. Now he's got the flank angle, builds his own. Little bit of a collapse fight coming out through here. There's the Grand Starfall. There's the pop.
The engage. Look at that.
Targets you want. It's Robbie and Chad, but they just fight their way right out of it. Cubic doesn't have the damage, and Globby's not able to get up there and fire. Porsche still fighting on the backside. Gets Kim down below half. TP in from Robbie just to start working on the Nexus. It's a 5 versus 3, and Zenshi just have nowhere left to go. Globby gets dived on by Chad. Peric doing his best to clear out the waves with the Titanic Hydra, but he will be finished off. Sent into the Guardian Angel is Chrome, but he'll res back up and find a Nexus waiting in front of him. Lotus in a back and forth game number 1. They're going to draw first blood in this series.
Yeah, they get first blood. They do so in such a good manner. It's really just how they played off this game in general, how they found a lot of their advantages in how they were looking for. Yeah, disconnections happened, but I should be back soon, I think.
It's all right. No worries, no worries. Nobody saw anything.
Go to show how strong Lotus was, right? Look at that graph. There was barely any time when they were below like just a straight up gold lead. There were a couple moments, but never worried about just how much control they had, and then it just spiked and spiked and spiked even harder.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, with that back and forth, it was always a faint lead over to Lotus, but it really did look like Zenshi were trying to pull ahead there for the first 20-ish minutes. I think a very promising early game from them. And if some things just play out a little bit differently, I think that they definitely have what it takes to be able to take some wins in this series and make this competitive.
Yeah, overall, it wasn't just a straight up one-sided like win. There was competition, there was an attempt from both sides. I think they really tried in how to play their composition to the best. I think one of the biggest issues that their comp had was these barriers that felt like didn't have a lot of protection, bar that Brum. But apart from that, everything else kind of was working to a certain degree how you were wanting to.
Absolutely here. And well, with that said, TDS, I am informed you will be departing us for the rest of the series. It will be Quacks coming in for the rest. But thank you so much for joining me here for game number 1. Hope you feel better.
I'm gonna go rest, hoping that it's a 5-game banger.
All right. Well, thank you very much, TDS. Everybody else, stay tuned because we're not going anywhere. I will be rejoined by Quacks for game number 2 as soon as the teams are ready. We'll see you shortly.
be the first legitimate roadblock Lotus are going to have to face in this tournament. They have not lost a game yet, but the way Zenshi were playing, I know I was only a spectator, certainly feels the way, I certainly feel like there is a way for them to, at the very least, take a game or two, or maybe, who knows, the series away from Lotus here. They certainly were challenged in game number 1. And game number 2, I am expecting that to increase tenfold.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I talked about this a bit in game number 1. I came in on the day a little concerned, to peel back the curtain here a little bit. I came in on the day a little concerned that this could just be a 3-0 slam for Lotus. It hasn't been the hardest path for Zenshi so far. They're very high seeded, and deservedly so, because they have very high solo queue ranks. But for a team that we haven't seen play together, they're not in ACL the way that Lotus is, at least 4/5 of them. And, you know, they have somebody like Globby who doesn't really have the tier 3 experience. You do come in a little concerned that, hey, they've had a relatively easy path so far. They haven't faced off against some of the big hitters of tier 3. They might just get blown out of the water when they run up against all of the big hitters of tier 3 on one team in Lotus. But that's not what happened in game number 1. I think Globby held his own quite nicely, and I think NXI looks like the guy that has earned himself promotion to tier 2 multiple times through his play.
I feel like it is definitely fair to look at the Zenshi Gaming members, especially recently, and kind of the results that they have put up. I mean, 3 out of 5 of these guys were on that disastrous AoE squad, right? Last year that had them flipping around subs, having the any open E subs mean that stood for AoE. It was an absolute cluster. It was an absolute cluster mess. That split Gordo. And then obviously Globby, like you said, a bit of a newer face, so not sure where we can rank him amongst especially players like Chrome, who is probably the best AD carry in this entire tournament, Gordo. And then Kim Down, ever since he was off of Team Liquid Challengers, I think it's been fair to say that the results have been really disappointing. He's been having some good rosters that should realistically make a dent, or at the very least get him recognized as a tier 2 prospect, but his performances haven't really been reflecting the level of play that we expect from a performer like him. So I do think that the Zenshi Gaming players on their own individually haven't had the greatest success stories, especially in the past year. And then you look at everyone on Lotus, and it kind of has been these players who get super close, kind of really on the precipice of getting to tier 2, versus the people who have really been struggling in tier 2. Even players like Chad, when they were on CCG Fear, Mirage Alliance, right? They looked decent on those squads. They didn't look like they were struggling. Zenshi, those players struggled in the NACL, Gordo, but they're certainly not struggling here. I felt like they had the opportunity to really take this game out of Lotus's hands.
And you know what? You've now jogged into my memory of this. You brought up that 3 of these players played for AoE last year. Yeah. And while that is correct, they did not all play together on AoE
no, they
last year, because NXI left out after not too long, as did Cupid, and then Barrett came in later. I don't think the 3 of them ever all played simultaneously. Only NXI and Cupid actually played together on the NACL stage. But oh boy, memory lane! What a
memory lane!
Memory lane! Yeah. What a team! An NACL team of all time. That certainly was. But now joined on up. I mean, I think Barrick really was kind of the best takeaway from that team that year of AoEs. I think he had some very solid performances during his limited time on the roster. And, you know, maybe this Globby guy is next up, right? We need a new favorite AD carry prospect as you know, tier 3 pundits.
They come up all the time, man. We need like a mid laner, we need a top laner. Those are the roles.
I know,
really
and like, Sushi's in NACL now, so we need a new guy, we need a new face to get behind and get really excited, because it can't be Chrome. Chrome's a tier 2 guy through and through. All right, yeah. You don't get to come back down and now be the guy that we want to see promoted. We're the pick of the year has to be a rookie. So maybe Globby could earn himself a spot on my short list for 2026.
Yeah,
a good performance here today.
I feel like there have been
for sure.
I feel like there have been a decent amount of AD carries, especially in last year, that have sort of permeated through, even on teams that, I guess I don't want to necessarily say that Zenshi look lackluster on paper, because I feel like that would be a lie and just straight up untrue. But there have been cases of ADCs, I think, shining through mediocre rosters, such as I would say, you know, Hub, not necessarily on that slated 6 roster, but Hub, I think, really caught the attention of a bunch of people. Tub in the support role did as well. Even Sushi, before he was a big name, like sort of at the start of that 2024 year, player I think got a lot of people's attention. And Noribi is another player when we first saw him at the start of 2024. So I agree with you. I think Globby could be next up. And I mean, ever since he's joined NYU as their ADC, he's had a pretty impressive resume, getting first and third in the past couple of years on that program. So certainly has that upside. But going up against a player like Chrome, it just feels so difficult to imagine that that is going to matter. Chrome is, by definition, again, one of the best players, period, in this tournament. And certainly, I think the people's pick and the caster's pick for a player who should not be here, Gordo.
Yeah, no, and I mean, he didn't really have to be here either, to be honest. Like, we don't know all the details about what went down on that Blue Otter roster, but he was on Blue Otter to begin the year, stepped away, wasn't really benched to our knowledge. He stepped away for personal reasons, we believe, I think was their announcement, and was replaced by Array, and now they found great success starting in the playoffs, nowhere near before that. And now he's back and he's competing with this Lotus lineup and looking like he has been having some pretty solid success so far. He's also competing with some of the Winthrop boys in ACL on a team called Papa's Chonks. Yep. They just beat out Cupid in the lower bracket, so they're having some pretty good success over there. And you know, there's no doubt that Chrome is still one of the most talented players we have here in Tier 3, if not the most talented player in this tournament. Now, 10 champions off of the roster due to Fearless. Let's see what Zenshi can show us for game number 2. Will be at a first pick Rel here for Zenshi on the blue side.
It's pretty uncommon. I think that they're just giving a lot of onus onto Kim Down to start up these engages. Usually you see support counterpicked, so I wonder if Lotus are just going to slam a support right here, maybe go for something potentially like that Nautilus. I think has always been a really good answer into the Rel, especially with Leona Fearless away. It is an option, as Lotus are actually just going to give Chrome his best champion, arguably. I feel like there's a lot of debate as to which character he pilots best, but my pick would certainly be Lucian. If they just get their bot lane combination out of the way right here, and maybe give those R3 and R5 counter picks over to their solo lanes, try and get a bit of a better matchup for Porsche and Robbie Bob, who have really shown up in this tournament. I think both of those players are kind of looked at as the gatekeepers of Tier 3. If you can beat them, you have a chance to get into NACL, especially Porsche, who got so close on Lotus last year. Robbie Bob was also on that team, but that 2-3 against Polestar, just barely missing out on NACL. So we're going to have to see what they can pull out here, given that Zen really feel the need to force this bot lane matchup and get a good 2v2 against Lotus.
Yeah, I mean, Lotus feel the same way. This is pretty much what the draft looked like in game number 1. They took the early Nico, which we thought was support. They ended up flexing it to mid, and then responded to by a full bot lane selection from Lotus, and the round out of the duo from Zenshi.
Ooh.
So, oh my, is this? So this is still a double flex.
Yeah.
I think it's most likely going to be for Cupic in mid lane, but it could also be in jungle for NXI. They did just buff this in the jungle again.
They did. They have buffed a lot of junglers over the past couple of patches, Gordo, much to my dismay. I'm going to be completely honest with you.
Yeah,
my solo queue is hurting, ladies and gentlemen, but Morgana jungle is pretty viable right now. It clears really fast. It does objectives really fast. That black shield is always super nice to have, especially against champions like Alistar, who have a really nice CC train that can be capitalized off of these damage dealers like the Lucian. So I wonder what direction Lotus are going to go for in this draft. It looks like they're just going to throw down the mid laner, assuming that this could be a Morgana mid lane, because I agree with you, Gordo. I think Cupic is one of those players that is known for their enchanters and certainly has the ability to pilot this character in mid, whereas you would doubt it for most other players in this position. Yeah,
and don't worry, everybody. I notice that Lucian is both banned and picked by Lotus. One of these is wrong. It's probably the ban. I'm asking Prod. This is not a live feed from the client. This is a little sheet we input stuff into. Again, I'm pulling back the curtain all over the place today. We'll find out what the actual ban was. I assume that's just a misinput. So we will find out very, very shortly. But for now, we'll operate as though the Lucian is the pick, and we'll make, you know what? Mr. TTV Quad in the chat, I think you're onto something there. I bet that's a Lux ban. Starts with LU. definitely a pick that you ban against Cupic, was banned in game number one by Lotus. There it is. Well done. You win nothing. But actually, Ivor, do we have a way to throw this guy some channel points? Can we? If we do, we should do that. But well done, well predicted, correction made. Syndra locked in for Robbie Bob and Lotus.
Yeah, so it is going to be the Syndra again. Decent matchup into the Morgana. I think it is just a question of you being able to outrange and outtrade. Obviously, you'll never be able to get that Scatter the Weak combo, which could hurt the power to put this pick behind if it is in the mid lane. If you're not able to get that CC train on lock, Morgana should just be able to, especially once you get those Faded Ashes, you can kind of just insta-push that back line, go on to roams, link up with your jungler. And I think, like you said, Gordo, NXI really has been on form in this tournament and in this series so far, even though they lost game one. So if they're going for something in the mid lane that instantly gets that push, allows you to join up with your jungler and, you know, just kind of put those hands on Chad, I think that's a pretty viable strategy from Lotus, especially because I think Chad has kind of been struggling in this tournament so far. I think that he has been really over aggressive in a lot of cases and has looked for plays where there might not need to be that necessarily that haste where he thinks there is. So I am wondering if they just want to be in the face of Chad and that's why they're doing this. They're attacking the jungler of Lotus, or if they have a reason, maybe just trying to link up and dive that bot lane at any available opportunity.
Yeah. So still dedicating some bans towards jungle. So Lotus seemed to be under the understanding that this is likely to be a Morgana mid lane as that Kiana hits the ban list. That is a pick that is starting to rise up in popularity. We've seen it in LPL. Now we've gotten to see it in NA Tier 3. It's only a matter of time until you start to see it in your favorite professional league. And now going to be banned away here by Lotus. It could definitely be a dangerous pick. You can go full assassin, you can go bruiser. It's a menace, and maybe we'll even get to see it this series. Definitely feels like the kind of pick NXI would be quite fond of. But instead, it is going to be Chad's Jarvan, and it is going to be Ornn's Porsche's Ornn banned away to round things out.
I think we're probably going to see jungle come out here from 4 on Lotus. I think Wukong is still a pretty decent pick, especially with the amount of poke that that Senna provides, and just trying to really hammer home the fact that Senna is an immobile champion. We do have a different form of lockdown, though, that being the Maokai. So a little bit less heavy on the damage profile here for Lotus if they're going to be locking that in for jungle, which means that I think it really is going to have to be up to Robbie Bob, up to Chrome to lay down that artillery fire in these skirmishes and in these team fights. This is kind of the pattern we've seen with Lotus, where I think Robbie and Chrome have really been the damage dealers, whereas everyone else is just kind of playing protect on them most of the time. Obviously, we can see players like Porsche, I think, really deviate from that here and there, where he can play a damage dealer, he can play a secondary carry, and we'll have to see if that's going to be the case here for game number 2, as it is a rumble, so you have the opportunity to go for something a little bit tankier. Obviously, that Ornn is banned away, so the best counter to rumble no longer on the table. But if you want to fight fire with fire, I certainly feel like there are a couple of options. Ambessa screams to mind if you want to go for that. Oh, Ambessa is fearless. You're right.
Yeah,
I mean,
but I could see Galio here. Galio.
I could see Galio here. I could even see, like, realistically, if you want to go crazy, you could go like Cassante here. I think that is a good angle. Renekton is a good angle, though that might be.
I'm still waiting on the Gangplank.
There it is.
Cassante. All right. So will be another tank here, probably some kind of off AP build from Chad, as the Maokais are apt to go these days, but will be triple frontliner regardless for this composition. And I'm very curious to see what Globby looks like on this Senna. It really impressed me on the Varus in game number 1, a very different style now as he faces down this Lucian Alistair alongside an engaged support from Zenshi. And that will, of course, we didn't even call it out, but the Wukong lock-in does push the Morgana to mid. So it will be Cupic once again, showing some of that non-traditional champion pool. I do think the Black Shield will serve him well, avoiding Scatter the Weaks from Robbie Bob. But let's see if he can piece himself together a more successful laning phase, as he was pretty consistently pushed in and out-farmed in game number 1 by Robbie Bob.
I think this game for Lotus, the job really has to be on Robbie Bob, on Chrome. You have a bunch of space makers. Cassante, Maokai and Alistar have the ability to really peel off any backline threats that you might have. I think that NXI is going to have a lot of trouble getting toward those carries if he isn't playing that dummy really, really well. And Kim Down as well has to be aware of where his teammates are whenever he engages. If Chrome and Robbie, though, are able to get those 2 items, particularly Robbie, if he's able to get those 100 splinters and sort of knock down this squishier team comp, I would say, from Zenshi Gaming, it could be a really advantageous mid to late game that Lotus can make use of. But I think until then, it's just up to them to turtle and make sure that Kupik and NXI, if they can't link up, and they shouldn't be able to be pushing Chad out of his own jungle. Zenshi, on the other hand, I think, like we said, it's that mid-jungle combo of NXI and Kupik, but I think it's also really going to be on Barrack to land those equalizers. I feel like the combo of Rel and Rumble is so deadly because those ultimates in tandem with one another can essentially wipe your entire backline, no matter what their positioning is. They get sucked in, they get burned down, and Zenshi had the ability to really roast them alive if they can just combo those R keys together. Those are the win cons for both of these teams. I do think I probably would favor Lotus's comp here simply because Chrome and Robbie Bob are on champions that they're familiar with, champions that they're probably famous for, I would say. And frankly, I feel like they're out of their league a little bit here, Gordo. I think these two players really have been the guns, the triggers for Lotus, and I'm expecting them to fire on all cylinders here for the second game.
I do agree. I do think the first weekend, a lot of it was defined by Porsche, and some of that's just meta, right? With top laners like Ambessa and getting his hands on the gangplank and things like that being such major factors. But definitely a solid run from him to kick off the tournament. But I agree. You look at this team on paper and you think about Robbie, Bob, and Chrome being the major carries, and they are both on champions that are well and truly associated with them. Eric, though, a well-experienced Rumble player, a feared Rumble player. I want to see him and NXI find some really sweet combos this game if I'm a Zenshi fan, and some good support from Kupik and Globby to make sure that that's going to work out, because that combo, I mean, that's pretty much the way that you win fights. You got double supports in your carry roles.
I think Kupik is really going to have to be on a roam timer for most of this game. Once you get those faded ashes, you just tormented soil the back line, you move up with NXI, and you just are in the face of Chad constantly, because if one of those dark bindings hits either on Robbie Bob or Chad, or hell, even on Porsche, it could be lights out for them in those first few minutes until they start, beefing up their resistances to this magic damage. There is a decent amount of magic damage on Zen. I think an underrated prospect of this comp is Zenshi have actually a really good damage profile. They have 2 magic damage solo laners, and then they have some really heavy hitters that can shred armor, like the Wukong with his Q, and then obviously the Senna with those stacks. So I think the stacks are something else that we have to keep our eyes on 100% here, Gordo, as we see the Senna getting that extra range, and then we see Robbie Bob getting that extra damage and potentially the execute once he hits 100. Those are going to really dictate, I think, how a lot of these fights go in the later half of the game.
Yeah, and we are on live patch, of course, here, and so something to call out for that is that there are buffs given over to Morgana's laning phase on this patch. A little bit of extra base damage on the early ranks of the W ability, and lower mana cost at higher ranks of the W abilities. So as you max it, starts to feel better mana cost wise, and feels better damage wise right off the bat. So still not probably the best laner in the world, but a little bit stronger than it would have been a week ago.
I love the play here from Chrome and Claritz. This is really how I think you play the aggressive lane, especially for, I feel like a lot of people don't understand how strong the Lucian level 2 spike is. And so I think that Chrome, obviously, with that understanding, is able to zone off a lot of these creeps from the Senna, who should be on the receiving end of a beating for most of this laning phase, but it's actually Kim Down who's on the receiving end.
A very nice move by Claritz there. Gets the knockup, shifts himself into a little position where he still doesn't take turret aggro, but can also punt Kim Down away. And rough lane so far for Kupik, based on what I am seeing here. The big threshold, and I don't think the damage buffs were enough to change it, is you need 3 points in W before it can kill the casters on its own. and then you can kind of, you know, clear waves at will a lot more easily. But prior to that, the Morgana mid lane laning phase is a pretty rough one, and you're seeing that from Cupid right now.
I think the litmus test is also going to be there for Cupid with the Black Shield. We see a lot of crowd control pick abilities from the side of Lotus, and so we're going to really, I think, get a gauge on Cupid's mechanical skill on whether or not he's actually going to be able to land those dark bindings for his carries. That might be on the receiving end of some crowd control. That could be a really big aspect that makes or breaks how Lotus can enter a fight. As
that's pretty nice. Lands the dark binding, also blocks the stun off the Black Shield, and that hands first blood to NXI. That's what you're hoping for to start off this game from Zenshi. Well done by Cupid.
Really well done by Cupid. We said this, Gordo. The dark binding lands, and these immobile carries onto Lotus are going to be in for a rude awakening. Robbie gets put to sleep. It's a first blood over to NXI, and I agree 100% with you. The kill going over to the Wukong is huge as Claritz.
Get locked down there by the last embrace. Chrome going to be able to push them back with a little bit of additional damage. Lucian laying in against his wife today, and so far coming out all right, but going to find himself shoved in at this moment, and that'll give a good recall over to Globby and Kim down.
Also to NXI, who loses, I would say, a little bit of timing on those tier 2s, but because Chad has yet to reset, it means that he should be up tempo on this Maokai. That's a really worrying aspect of this champion, who is pretty famous for the early game pressure that it can provide. So if you see someone, especially an enemy champion who doesn't have any sort of crowd control until level 6 up timing on you, then it's a really worrying thing here for Chad, who is staying on the map, going for those tier 2s, now is just starting to reset. It means that he won't be able to assist his lanes for a good chunk of time, but it also means he'll end up on that top side where now it seems the lane swap is coming through for Lotus.
Yep. So interested in acquiring the grubs, you've got to believe here, and it does mean that they're going to have a nice little 2 versus 1 into the likes of Barrick. I think you prefer that with your Cassante. He can 2v1 just fine in these sorts of situations. Will be able to immune a lot of the CC coming through from the likes of Globby and Kim down, so he's fine to play out in that situation. Does mean that Zenshi, though, they're going to take advantage of the situation. They're going to get themselves the first dragon.
Yeah.
That'll be just fine for them, but do want to make sure that Barrick doesn't fall too far behind. Remember, this Rumble is such a big part of your damage profile when you're playing Morgana Senna.
It's really difficult for Lotus to actually punish Barrick at the current moment, because now he has that equalizer. So even if you try to dive the Rumble, you could just ult the wave, especially when he has flash. Even though you have the ability to reset aggro with the Maokai W, there really is no way, I think, for you to realistically knock down that health bar without the turret at least taking one. Particularly when you look at Chrome's items, he only really has a Cole and a couple long swords along with that D-Blade, so I don't think it's there. I don't really think a counter punch is possible for Lotus, and so Zenshi are going to get away with the dragon, and essentially it costs them nothing at the same time.
Costs them very little. I do think, like you just saw on your screen there, Barrick miss a siege minion because he's in the 1 versus 2, getting punted away by Claritz. And I do think that is somewhat of a mini objective for Lotus this game, is if all the farm is going to Morgana Senna, you do feel better with triple frontline about your ability to just kind of auto win some of these later fights. It's going to be very difficult without absolutely perfect execution from Zenshi for them to actually be able to take down all the members of Lotus in a later game fight. And that may be something that Lotus is somewhat banking on, to make sure that, hey, as long as Barrick isn't turbo strong, we feel very, very good about our capabilities in 5-on-5.
Zenshi are going to respond to this lane swap by throwing Barrick down in the bot lane, which I think is a smart timer for Zenshi. We've got the grubs coming up in about 20 seconds here, so that means that they should be able to match the numbers of Lotus up on this top side. Ekupik as well, getting a reset before that happens, is going to pick up a lost chapter, which means that this Morgana should be really strong. I think is certainly the champion we want to keep our eyes on especially because, again, that Dark Binding is really going to, I think, dictate who gets first move, who will have numbers advantage from that point onward. Zenshi should be able to, at the very least, contest Lotus on these grubs, despite the prio not initially going their way.
Inside the river without too much backup are Zenshi's jungle support, and they're going to get caught for this. Going in for an engage onto Robbie Bob. He's going to flash back into the grub pit for a little bit of better positioning. Cubic does not connect the Dark Binding. Flash going to be forced by Clarice. It's teleport on the flank for a pulverized combo. TP is being NXI, but now going to be a big Dawning Shadow landing across the rest of the team. Robbie Bob going to be the first one to drop on down. Making two is Cupic's Tainted Earth going to be able to finish off another one. It's a double to NXI. It's another Dark Binding, and Chrome gonna have to send a postcard back home before he's gonna be out of that one. Zenshi, a 5-0 start as they dominate the grub fight.
And the mid-jungle duo focus of Zenshi comes up big. Gordo NXI with that first kill, being able to be up gold against his counterpart. He's confident to walk up. He's confident to go in, knowing that he has the items that Phage will keep him alive. And Kupik has his back. It's a double for those two members of Zenshi Gaming, and 5-0 for Lotus, as they have fallen behind more and more 9.5 minutes in.
And what an explosive start, as you said, for the mid-jungle of Zenshi. 2 kills onto the Morgana, plenty good as your secondary damage source here, but also NXI, so capable of making good use of this gold. Going to probably go for an early Trinity Force here on the likes of Wukong. Really good stuff here from NXI.
NXI just has to keep that pressure going. He's going to reset and probably get his first item of the game. Yeah, that Triforce will come through. This is a really daunting situation for Lotus to be in, as they gave up that first dragon. Zenshi got 2 of those grubs, so those are 2 notches for the feat of dragon slaying. 1 more, and they should be able to acquire the feats of warfare 10.5 minutes potentially, or 11 minutes rather, into the game. Those item advantages, I think, are really going to make the difference. And for that reason, I don't think Lotus can realistically contest this, even though all of them have level 6 now and those ultimates have come off of cooldown. Zenshi are just, I think, stronger and have a wallet diff brewing here right now.
Yeah, really great stuff for Zenshi. You know, for all the critiques levied at the composition by me, getting an early lead can assuage a lot of concerns. Yeah, and can definitely push many comps into positions that on paper you may not expect from them. And I think we're getting to that territory. NXI going to be such a damage threat in and of himself now. He's got that Trinity Force here at 11 minutes. One of the most expensive legendary items in the game before many members of Lotus are even on their legendary item.
We haven't really talked about Globby much in this game, but I think all of the attention, obviously, from Lotus is going to be given over to Cupic and NXI. This should give a bunch of time and free reign to the Senna to just stack up, be that late game threat. And eventually, once the Morgana and the Wukong aren't necessarily the biggest threats on the map anymore, Senna will have that clean transition as that carry, as Zenshi actually forced out of the pit.
Yeah, are they going to be able to get this? No, they will not. Shad going to be able to smite that one down. Felt like Zenshi had a moment there, especially because they landed a Dark Binding in mid lane. Chrome was going to have to settle down and start a family there before he's going to be able to join the dragon fight, but they still do not get themselves the timer. Chad going to get hit by the last embrace, though, and he's going to have to flash over the wall.
Yep. They get the dragon. It costs them a flash. No more than just a drop of blood for the side of Lotus, especially how this game has been trending over the past 12.5 minutes. They have barely gotten an advantage, so it's nice that they get there first. Really interesting lane assignments coming out here from Lotus, though. They're putting Chrome in the mid lane, and meanwhile, you can see Robbie Bob is on the bot side of the map. I wonder if this is probably just their way of circumventing those teleports and making sure that Robbie, similar to what we said about Globby, is able to get those free stacks on the bot side and really be unbesmirched for a majority of this game. Because, you know, we talk about the Senna being the late game threat of Zenshi. Robbie5 very much is the late game threat for Lotus, and they have to start thinking about ways to get him ahead at this point because they have been behind over the course of this game so far.
Well, clearing out waves in mid are Globby and Kim down. Being that shoved on in off the back of a very solid start. And that dragon secure means that Lotus's plan to stack up dragons not going to be manifesting for them too quickly either. Going to look at a chance to keep these team fights rolling. I do think Zenshi, the loss of that dragon sucks because they certainly want to be able to capitalize on when this Rumble Wukong duo is going to be at its absolute most powerful. But they're not out of the game by any means, especially not with a 5-0 lead. They'll get plenty more opportunities to find those team fights. I think another one going to be at this Rift Herald at about 1:15.
Rift Herald should be the primary focus for Zenshi. You could see that they have Barrack on the bot side of the map, and they're putting Globby and Kim down in mid lane. So they're really just looking for ways to get their main wave clear members toward this top side of the map so that they can get prio, sort of extend that vision line further if they so desire, and maybe get a pick onto one of the Lotus members or two ahead of these ahead of this Herald spawning, because that would give them the numbers advantage, and almost certainly they could transition that into the objective itself. They don't want to leave it to a 50-50 because they got bullied off of that pit on bot side last time. They want to look for some kind of advantage, and maybe it starts here.
Kim down maybe a little bit ahead of the rest of the team, but NXI going to get in there and throw it on the
Chad is in trouble.
Right, and look at that damage onto Chad. He's just got nowhere to go. Chrome was able to trade back on towards Kim down. Porsche looking on the flank, going to get slowed up by Globby and going to have to flash. Respecting the damage that would have come through from Barrack.
Robbie?
That last embrace landed, and Robbie is just way too far up. He's got NXI on top of him, and look at that Trinity damage. A snipe from Globby connects off the Dawning Shadow, and two members gone from Lotus for one on Zenshi.
And a bit of a sneaky maneuver there from NXI. Not only does he get the jump onto Robbie initially, but he dodges out on that Scatter the Weak to get behind the Syndra, forces the flash, but then the Dawning Shadow, like you said, finishes the job. And Zen should be able to finish the job on these feats. They should get this Herald, but now what is Porsche doing? He doesn't have flash.
Yeah, stuck in the middle of everybody. Will get hit by the binding, and he's going nowhere. Quacks Cupic on a killing spree as the third goes to Morgana mid. 8-1 on the scoreboard. Rift Herald secured. Zenshi off to the races in game number 2.
Zenshi are just dominating the map in this game. They're not giving Lotus any opportunities to look for creative angles to approach these fights. They have covered every single one of their bases. Lotus overstepped by even a hair, and Zenshi will be there to punish. That Dark Binding coming in clutch, and so many different factors. Cupic has really been putting on a clinic in the mid lane, and Robbie5 is the one suffering for it, Gordo.
Complete reversal of what we saw in the mid lane game number 1. Cupic doing a fantastic job and really just having great interactions here into the likes of Robbie5 Syndra. The ability to black shield the stun as it comes on through and line up a Dark Binding, making this pick look very, very strong into the Syndra.
We said it was a litmus test for him in the mid lane. Could he have the hands, the reaction time to respond with his Dark Binding before that Scatter the Weak hit so the stun wouldn't land? And he's been on point with every single one of those. So huge, massive credit over to him. Now it has generated him an over 1,000 gold lead over his counterpart. In fact, all of the Zenshi carries are pretty ahead of their opposite. I would say the only exception being Globby and Chrome. That Lucian still 1-1, not really falling in a lot of these cases, and has a CS difference over the Senna. So if Chrome is still in this game, I feel like Lotus still have a chance to come back. So I really want to see Zenshi continue their onslaught here. Don't let off the brakes. Keep going down that highway and running over these poor little flowers.
Definitely, this is where execution is going to come in big time And you keep the plays going as Porsche kidnaps Barrick over the wall, and there's
he didn't flash over the wall.
But NXI gets a big cyclone, pulled back away. The damage is too much. Kim down, finishes off Chad. Porsche is forced to flee, and in a play that Lotus initiated, NXI's Wukong is too strong and forces them back.
Even though Barrick forces the flash, NXI swoops in and says, I got you, homie. Saves his top laner from a grisly fate, and it's 2 over to the side, or rather just 1 over to the side of Lotus. Zenshi, though, not only do they not get the kill, but that kill could have transitioned into a turret. They will also be denied that. And then look at Cupic on the top side. He'll be able to trade it.
Yep, they finally do get the turret bot. But in trade, Cupic gets this top side one. Guarantees the root, guarantees the trade, guarantees the turret. He will waltz on out of here, no problemo. A very good sequence of events for Zenshi. So they find themselves about 2.5K up. 3 minutes 30 to go until dragon number 4. Will be Otacon on the table before then. And it does look like it's going to be a topside Otacon this time around. Will put a little bit of a change on things. Usually it's bot side Otacon in competitive games. See if that ends up creating some unique scenarios around the Baron later on.
I think it's really favorable for Zenshi because look at the amount of vision that Lotus have established on the bot side. I think if it was an Otacon on that part of the map, they would have been much better prepared to look for a pick and maybe get some gold or a numbers advantage before it spawned. But because it's on the top side, they're going to be essentially walking in blind. In fact, Zenshi come out, I think, as the people who have better control over that part of the map, even though Porsche just finished pushing that top side. They've got that deep ward, they've got the crab, they've got eyes around that part of the map, whereas Lotus really have to be careful wherever they walk because there could be a lone Zenshi member just waiting to get a crack at them. I think that this is going to be good for Zenshi if they can just push out these waves, that they can reestablish control like they did around the Herald. Lotus are going to be forced into an uncomfortable situation, and because the gold is really starting to get out of hand here, Gordo, they'll be walking in severely underprepared.
Yeah, the ability to chain CC here have been so powerful for Zenshi throughout this game. And now once again, they're calling down Cupic from the top side. They're moving a little bit earlier than their opponents on Lotus, and that means the pushes are going to be in their favor as well. So the wave is getting caught by Globby.
That's so dirty, Cupic.
Inside their jungle.
That Tormented Soil immediately gets the Solstice Slay proc off, and now Claritz is not even as tanky as he would like to be starting out this fight, but Zenshi are looking for some excuse to go in.
Yeah, Clarit's gonna get tagged by the binding, blows the ultimate to be able to cleanse out of it, but
big ult.
the one who's taking the most damage. Scat of the week into the bush, blind, ends up but here's the chain CC right on top of the equalizer into the cyclone, and 2 members make it. 3 of Lotus are gonna bite it. Cupic on a rampage. Zenshi take the team fight once again, and they say the 2K gold lead, let's make it 4.
And Cupic keeps landing these dark bindings. This man is an American sniper in the mid lane. Nobody on Lotus is safe, but Chad is in the most danger. The tree gets burned down, and Lotus are getting roasted here in game 2. 12-1 in kills. Otacon secured. 50 seconds until Dragon Soul Point will be on the map, Gordo. This game is looking so one-sided, my friend.
Just immensely more one-sided than game number 1, I think, is the big takeaway here as well. It's Tormented Shadow, by the way, now, not Tormented Soil. That breaks my heart, but yeah, they changed that a couple years ago. I'm sorry to damper everyone's day, but that aside, Cupic, what a showing on this Morgana.
I know.
Having such a good showing on the pick, and maybe it is good now. I don't even, he's really making me question. Usually when there's these little token buffs, just a little bit of damage, a little bit of mana cost on the W, I think it doesn't mean much, but certainly looking very strong, at least as a matchup into the Syndra in game number 1.
Lotus have really cemented control over this part of the map as Kim Down is going to survive. It's ult burned off of Robbie Bob, but it's a very low HP rel as the dragon has started up. It's about 5,000 HP. Yep.
Cupic a little late on the TP, but he will get here in time.
Kim down
is already dead, though. He's sectioned off and finished off by Robbie.
This is a gamble.
This could be strong for Claritz. Equalizer thrown down on top of the Dragon. Chad takes so much damage. He's already gone. The Dragon belongs to NXI. Claritz locked down on the opposite side. Cupic is immune to CC. Robbie can't break the black shield. NXI gets access to the back line in the form of Chrome. He's going to get traded back on by Porsche. It's a double kill over to Cupic, and they're not slowing down. Globby can keep firing away. Cupic can keep supporting with the Tormented Shadow. A forced retreat from Robbie Bob. Porsche with nowhere left to go. Globby's hunted him down. He gets underneath the turret, but I don't know if that's enough to escape. Globby going to find him. 4 kills to Zenshi. Dragon Soul Point to Zenshi, and they continue to run away with game number 2.
Honestly, before they even got all of the kills, Gordo, I was perfectly fine calling it worth for Zenshi for getting the soul point. NXI, he turns his attention onto Chad. Lotus, they don't focus on the Wukong. They're more concerned with Cupic. They're more concerned with Globby. They don't realize their jungler is gone. The Drake has been disappearing with it. And suddenly, Zenshi are killing them all, and it's all because of Cupic, this man on the Morgana. There were so many questions around his ability to perform here in tier 3, especially because the last time we saw him, Gordo, was on that AoE squad. The disaster that was. Not escaping a lot of these players that partook in it, but Cupic is here to make a statement. He is here to show up, and he certainly is doing that.
6-0 and 9. That's a nice score line right there for the Zenshi mid laner. And this team that they had more doubts on them than any of the other top 4 winner side teams competing for a spot in promotion today are making good on the promise of that seed. They are advancing forward onto Claritz. They're going to block out the Unbreakable Will. Hunted back under the turret is Kim down. He might end up trading 1-for-1 with supports here. Big shield comes out from Globby, and it's just enough to keep Kim down alive, while Chad is locked down and burnt to a crisp by the likes of Barrick.
Chad has just been the sacrificial lamb for a lot of the mispositions onto Lotus. He himself, though, I feel really hasn't been able to look for a lot of these plays. Even in the early game, Gordo, we expected the proactivity from this Maokai jungle pick to be there. We expected him to have influence over the lane, but NXI, with that early kill, ran the matchup, hasn't let go, and Zenshi are on the Baron.
Going to look to see if they can melt this one down below 3k HP, now below 2, and there it is, smited away before anybody can respond. Chad was still dead. The root gonna come on through. It doesn't matter if you're CC immune, because Dark Binding lasts forever. Globby goes on a killing spree, and Zenshi dominate another fight. They've got Baron at their backs, and they can take this push in for some inner turrets as soon as they spend this money.
They are rich individuals here on the Zenshi gaming squad. They'll respawn all wearing that purple. Like you said, Gordo, a teleport is available for Cupic. Teleport is available for Barrick. This should just be a 1-3-1 angle for the side of Zenshi, but based off of how they're posturing, it looks like they're just going to send Barrick in mid. The rest of them are going to go bot. They are going to go for a 4-1 instead, which honestly is really smart. We're 90 seconds until that soul. These are the lanes you really want to push and put pressure on. You don't want to give Lotus the opportunity to find a crack in the wall and potentially break it down, especially with how strong Zenshi have managed to build themselves up through in this game. A 7,000 gold lead, or 6,000 gold lead, I should say, and it is going to increase as this tower just gets burned away on the bot side.
Really good stuff here from the side of Zenshi to be able to take this inner. TP being channeled. This is Robbie Bob. Lotus are going to try to take the fight here because they've got Claritz.
Claritz on the back.
He gets the punt in right onto Globby, and 3 members going to get knocked up on the backside, but Barrick has already TP'd into this. It's going to be a full 5-on-5. All abilities thrown back and forth, and there's going to be melting coming through on the side of Barrick as he completely tears apart these Zenshi health bars. Globby flashes for another. He's CC immune thanks to the help of his boy Cupic, and Zenshi will come out the better quarter, a 4-for-2 fight in Zenshi's side.
And that's got to be the game here, Gordo. I mean, Zenshi stand with 3 members strong. The healing from Glabi is going to make sure that they're healthy while they push on this bot side. Lotus had such a good angle. It was a 3-man pulverize from Clarice. If that is not enough, what is going to do the trick here for Lotus, especially now that the game is about to get a whole lot harder with Mountain Soul, a surefire thing for Zenshi.
It's an easy claim for them, and I love getting these off the wall picks because it means we get to learn interactions in real time.
Yeah.
Something else that we didn't quite consider, the Dark Binding on the Pathmaker. A ridiculously unfortunate interaction for Cassante. Porsche takes that same play pattern that works in 99% of scenarios for Cassante, channeling the Path Splitter, absorbing CC, and jumping out to safety with it. But Dark Binding lasts 3 seconds. After he dashes, he's still rooted by this man.
Cupik, rather. I keep making that mistake. People are yelling at me in the chat, but Cupik continues to impress here in this game. Every single team fight, finding the correct person to Dark Binding, finding the correct teammate to Black Shield, and it really gives Lotus no opportunity to utilize these pick tools in any effective way. Now, though, they're pushing down on the top side. I think the range from Glabi makes it so difficult for them to walk up and actually try and trade with some of these backliners. They're really trying to hit these skill shots, but now we're just at a point in the game where I feel like it is completely out of their hands. Zenshi are the ones that have to throw this game for it to be winnable for Lotus at this point.
Dodging there by Cupik, and great reactions once again to be able to block another stun from coming through onto NXI in that last play. Just going to preemptively throw down the Black Shield this time as they're looking to get the fight started. Cyclone only going to connect onto Clarice. Magnet Storm for him down, finds 3, and Dawning Shadow will execute Chad. Porsche's into the back line, melted down by 4 members of Zenshi like he's nothing. And it is a numbers advantage for Zenshi once again, moving their push over to mid because there's more inner turret gold left to claim.
Cassante forced to yield this time, and Lotus likely going to have to yield this game. Zenshi, they lose their support, but they find 2, and they will knock down another turret in mid. I feel like they're just going to reset here. Probably going to have to wait until that Baron spawns in order to get a realistic siege, as again, walking up to these turrets is a really dangerous thing with all the pick tools that Lotus have. But, I mean, let's be honest here, Gordo. Once they get that Baron and they have those TPs available, in this game, we're going to probably have to start thinking about the 3rd one.
It is looking more and more like that as Zenshi continue to take each and every fight with so much ease. The gold lead is so massive for them, and Lotus have just not been able to put together the fight materials that they need. Feels like they're as unfamiliar with the Morgana as you and I are, Quacks, as they're just constantly looking for these angles that in a lot of game states feel like they should land. There's Robbie finally connecting a stun, finally something that Cupik doesn't react to in time, and he gets about half of his HP for it. NXI might be anyway. No, it might have come through too little too late. Dark Binding going to connect. That's going to force out the Unbreakable Will, and there's the Cyclone out of NXI, finding his way into the backside of the fight. It's a double kill already to NXI, and he's going to see how many more he can stack up. A flash in from Barrick, making a Quadra, and no Penta available this time. Cupik looking to steal it away as he 1v1s Chad in his own jungle. Shouldn't have thrown down that Tormented Shadow. You denied the Penta kill to your top laner, but Zenshi will close out off an ace all the same.
And Barrick burns away the Lotus flowers here in game number 2. NXI rolls their heads, and Zenshi stun-lock the audience. They stun-lock Lotus, and now we're tied 1-1. It is Lotus's first loss of the open qualifier, Gordo. No team rules forever. They can, in fact, bleed. We're 1-1.
Oh, sorry, I had to wait 3 seconds because Morgana just absolutely popped off in that game. And I gotta wait for the root to expire. What a performance from Cupik to start off game number 2. and tie up the series. It's a best of 3 from here on out, Quacks, and Zenshi officially put the doubts to bed. They have made this a series.
Yeah, and you got to give credit over to the unsung heroes. Honestly, I feel like you could give flowers to, but not Lotus flowers, of course, to everybody on the side of Zenshi. But I really have to shout out NXI on this Wukong. He understood the assignment. He got that kill gold initially in the game. He spread his influence throughout the entire map. It was felt in droves. Gordo, that spread to Cupic, it spread to Barrick. Those double AP solo laners were so impossible to deal with in the late game, not just because of the amount of front-loaded damage and crowd control that they provided, but because of how much burn they did. You look at it and we have the Liandries plus the Shadow Flame, or not Shadow Flame, the Blackfire Torch on the side of the Morgana, and then we have the Liandries and we have the Bloodletters on the side of Rumble. They were withering away from the flames. The flames caught up to the flowers. And I'm really excited to see where we go in game number 3, because we certainly have a series and we certainly have the promise of a possible upset coming in here. I think a lot of people would favor Lotus in this series, but Zenshi showing that they came to play and they came to prove something.
And prove it they have already in my book. I mean, rookie Globby coming in, a second solid performance in a row. This one actually putting a dub up in the win column, and a great game from Cupic all around. Look, you can question this guy's level of comp experience. You can question this guy's champion pool. You can't question the mechanics, though. He is consistently high in solo queue for a reason, and so many interactions in that game. He is on top of the Black Shields, covering both himself and teammates with very low windows of reaction, stopping the engage opportunities from Lotus from working out, and securing themselves favorable fight positions time and time and time again.
I got to give so much credit over to Cupic in this game. Really put on a performance here in mid with a pick that we aren't used to seeing. Game number 3, I really am curious to see how Zenshi continue to pull out these unique picks in their drafts, especially with more and more of them getting locked away. We're probably going to suspect that the Lux will never be let through for Cupic in this entire series, Gordo. So, you know, with that taken off and then the Morgana taken off, what do we have left in the tank for the mid laner of this Zenshi squad?
Yeah, that's what I'm excited to see, because more off-the-wall comps from Zenshi is what I have signed up for, and I'm fully on board for my membership after this game number 2. We're going to throw it to a quick break here while we get into draft for game number 3. Lotus will be moving over to the blue side as they look to take on to match point for either side as our series continues. So stay tuned. We'll be back in just a couple of moments for game number 3.
you have to think that Robbie Bob, one of the most famous champions that he has, is that Syndra. Chrome's arguably best character is the Lucian. So the fact that they are no longer going to be able to play them, and the fact that they lost on them as well, Gordo, I think has a significant, could have some really unfortunate pernicious effects on this team as the series goes on, as this very long best of 5 commences. As now, like you said, we're in best of 3 territory. This could go the distance for sure, because both of these teams, we've seen them at their best. Now I think we're going to be seeing them clash a little bit more. We're going to see a little bit more of the scrappy side for both of these comps, and I'm excited for that. I feel like off of their best characters, and when those best characters are locked away, we get to see them more as players and less as, I would say, the people that play these champions to perfection. It's more well-rounded the more you go into the series.
Yeah, I think the most notable things are, I mean, 80 carry pool demolished. I would say these are probably like the 4 most picked champions right now, especially assuming that the Yunara ban continues to be a mainstay as the series goes on.
So Jin is still there too.
A big one. Engage support's pretty heavily pinched as well. No Leona, no Alistair, no Rel. The Rakan's still there. The Nautilus still there. So maybe we get one more game of engaged supports, but is certainly going to start to feel the pinch on that pool as well. And then comfort for mid lane in particular is also heavily suffering for both sides, I would say. I think Robbie has been a big Syndra Victor guy pretty much most of his career. The Orianna's getting consistently banned away. He's taking Azir bans here and there as well. Going to have to start to dip a little bit deeper into that pool. We know that he's got it, but it's not the stuff that he usually plays series in and series out. Maybe a Rise, very likely to be in there as well.
Yeah.
And Cupic has got to be in the same category, right? We're running out of root plus AoE damage spell champions. The Nico's gone, the Morgana's gone, the Lux is perma banned. There's not too many of those left. You're going to have to start to branch out into some of the other stuff.
I feel like the biggest pinch, though, has to be coming from the jungle. I mean, these are the 4 dominant junglers, the bruisers, that I think have really cemented the current status of the meta. Obviously, you've still got things like the Vi that are still open. The Sejuani is still open. I think if you wanted to go a little bit more creative, but obviously still pretty popular, the Jarvan is still there. But Xin Zhao, Pantheon, and Wukong, I think, have really been the trifecta of bruiser junglers for the past couple of months. So to see them all taken off the board, I think, is going to be a nice little test from both the side of NXI and Chad. And the latter has really been struggling in this series. Obviously, we didn't see much of that in game number 1, but game number 2 was not a good game for Chad, Gordo.
No, not at all. And you know, for jungle champions, I really want to see. I'm hoping we get to see NXI back in like his wheelhouse a little bit more, because I don't think he's played poorly on the Pantheon Wukong by any means. But you look at this guy's champion history. Tons of Lee Sin. He was a big fan of the Rumble jungle while that was still a thing.
That's fearless away though, sadly.
Viego, Nidalee, Graves, Kindred. Like, he's a carry jungler.
More of a carry jungler.
Yes, I 100% agree there, and I would love to see that side of him, especially as maybe some of the unique picks from Cupic cease to become as available. We get to see a little bit more of the unique picks from the side of NXI, and that could do very well, especially as many of the meta junglers that Chad has made his name on start to kind of fall away. We've lost the Holy Trinity now, as the Xin Zhao, Pantheon, and Wukong are all gone. So we are forced to play some other junglers for once.
Yeah, I think that NXI, obviously Wukong isn't like a perennial carry jungler, but we saw some of that carry playstyle shine through in game number 2. I think that Zenshi understand that as well, even for some of the things as early as, you know, that first blood. Cupic could have taken the kill. He could have gotten that gold on the Morgana. Obviously, it would have been really good for his matchup, but he decided to give it over to the Wukong, knowing that NXI would be leading the charge in a lot of these engages, knowing that he would be one of the best people to put on that carry pedestal. And I think that he certainly showed up in game number 2. So I think that is certainly a good shout there, Gordo, that NXI has a really deep champion pool of champions that aren't necessarily super meta, but are very close to him. That Lee Sin, I think, is a very real possibility, especially with more of these wardens and these tankier supports that can, really operate as peel for things like Lee Sin. Those are getting taken off the board. I think Braum and Leona and Alistar no longer being on the table means that Lee Sin becomes more and more of a hot commodity for the jungler of Zenshi.
Agree there. Want to keep our eyes. I think the response to that from Lotus is Porsche. Porsche has a lot of unique picks left available as well. Still haven't gotten to see his Gangplank yet. I do think that is something that could be in the cards. He's very accomplished on a lot of these kind of carry top laners. The Jace, not quite as popular these days, but we know that he could play it. Stuff like the Jax going to be out and available as well. I expect to see him challenged on these things by Barrick as well, who is another player that does have a broad champion pool that he can bring for us in the top lane. So far, it is just one mid lane ban apiece, and they are the mid lane bans that we have seen throughout this entire series so far.
Yeah.
So not giving us too much new information about what direction they want to take these drafts in.
I do really wonder what Lotus's approach to game number 3 is going to be. I think that they kind of got a little bit of a wake-up call from game number 2, particularly in that mid lane. So I think if they're going to try and pinch Cupic a little bit more, it would totally be understandable, right? Because I think a lot of people in the solo queue ladder, like you said, Cupic is very high up in a solo queue. A lot of people know what this guy likes to play. A lot of people know what he's famous for. And so naturally, a lot of people know what to take away from him. And I think that lack of competitive experience as well contributes to possibly Lotus's read on the mid laner for Zenshi. Really, the only thing you have to go off of for Cupic's performance in comp, especially recently, right? He only has a few things, period, but recently it's only been AoE. And on AoE, he played his style, his champions, he played his way. And in the case of game number 2, it really worked out. Lotus being on that first pick, though, on blue side here for game number 3 makes me think that they'll probably try to get something out of the way here for Chrome. Because like you said, that 80 carry pool is slowly but surely being taken off the board as the games go on, Gordo.
Yeah, on that note, to put up some numbers for what we're talking about here, Cupic is currently 1591 LP, so that is good for top 10 at the current moment. So yeah, this guy is way up there on the ladder. There's a reason this team ended up 3rd seed overall in the open qualifier. A large amount of it is the LP that mid laner brings to this roster. Vi going to be the first pick here for Chad, but a pretty consistent ban throughout it. But now that Lotus is on blue side, they are concerned about Porsche's Gwen. They added that to their ban list.
I don't know how much Zenshi really want to try and counter this Vi. Obviously, that Morgana being taken off the board really means that the counter picks available for this champion are not super active, and they also ban Poppy, which means that is just one less thing to worry about for Lotus to actually deal with. But Zenshi are just going to go and slam the Sivir, which is, I think, a pretty apt response to the Vi.
Let's go.
There's that Viego you talked about, Gordo. So Zenshi are giving their jungler yet another carry. Again, my biggest question is, what are they going to pair the mid laner with it, right? What are they going to give Cupic that allows this Viego to get that snowball? With that Sivir as well, it makes me think that Zenshi are also going to pick a roaming support so that this Sivir can kind of 1v2 in the lane, be comfortable with being on weak side and give those resources over to the top part of the map and their jungler.
Yeah, I do want to give Barrick a little shout out here as well. I know he does like some off the wall top lane picks occasionally. Lane Viego is maybe 15% back. It's a thing that people pick now.
It's more so meta in mid lane. I don't think we'll see it in top, but I wouldn't. I'm not going to.
It's been done.
I'm not going to completely discredit it. Yeah.
Yeah, we will find out where this is going. I heavily suspect it's for NXI in the jungle, though, and will be a response to the buy. Lotus going to go in now for their Xayah and could go for the Rakan duo right now. I don't think that's too inadvisable, and they will just snatch it up right here for their duo. So another strong laning setup here for Lotus, where they have been able to find some success, especially in game number 1 for the likes of Chrome. be able to lane up against the Kim down Globby duo.
They could just slam the Nautilus here. Obviously, I think that's a really good pairing with the Sivir, and has a good way of forcing out the Featherstorm from the Xayah, because you throw out the dredge line, they ult, and then you immediately throw out the depth charge, and then that is just another thing that the Xayah is going to be forced to essentially get hit by. So that confluence of crowd control for Nautilus, I think, is what makes it such a good response into the Xayah. Not even talking about the pairing potential it has with Sivir. So far, the draft really very apt and reflective of these team styles. I think Lotus are very much so the team that likes to go in, the team that likes to be first to the engage and give Chrome an AD carry that he's comfortable with, particularly one that pairs well with the support who can just kind of stay in lane and make sure that he gets ahead. Zenshi on the other side, though, giving the conditions over to NXI, giving him his Viego, making sure that there is plenty of CC, plenty of utility tools for him to thrive in those team fights, get those resets, get those heartbreakers, and run over the game in mid game.
Now we get into phase 2 of the bans, looking to see what the pinch is going to be. It's solo lanes left for both teams here. I do expect to see some of these pocket picks from top lane, perhaps, on the ban sheet. And also another opportunity to take away, some of those big, strong meta mid laners from Robbie Bob. If Cupic is going to continue to go for some of his own special sauce, it makes sense to take away stuff like this Rise, like this Azir, away from Robbie. And they do have the chance to do it here. They start off with a Rise ban. Way going to be the ban over towards Cupic. And I would not be shocked to see an Azir here to round things out.
Yeah, I think we'll probably see Azir. I was kind of questioning if Zenshi would keep open the Rise and maybe counterpick it with something a little bit more long range, because we know that's the style that Cupic as a player has really cultivated, playing a lot of those long range artillery mages. But they're just going to take that one off the board and really constrict what Robbie can play here in game number 3. Mel going to be the last ban here from Lotus. Again, those artillery mages being focused down because they don't want Cupic on it. Zenshi, I would imagine they'll probably pick a mid laner here. If I had to take a guess, I mean, you could do something like Twisted Fate, right? If you want a little bit more lockdown, you could even do something like Talia. I think that's really good against the multitude of dashes that you have from Vi and Rakan so far. I think that has a lot of value toward it. But again, Cupic is a chef. This guy cooks, and I really feel like predicting what he's going to play is maybe a disservice to him, not gonna lie.
Perhaps, and we will find out sooner or later where the selection is going to end up being. I do expect a top lane pick here, and there it goes.
Really?
It's the Renekton for Barrick up in the top lane. Safe and secure in all situations. Porsche going to get his selection of what to play up against that, and it will be a blind
just like
mid laner.
Jax, I think, could be good.
Bob. Yeah, I like the Jax for top lane. The question is, I'm curious what you blind mid here with these champions all off the board. It feels like everything that people like is kind of gone. Maybe the Talia. It's a good
I was gonna say Talia. You could do Talia. You could also do like Cassiopeia if you really want to limit the amount of engage.
I guess
Aurora as well if you want a bit more front-loaded damage on that side. But I think Cassiopeia could be also a really good idea, just given how much mobility there is on Zenshi. It also really stops Viego cold in his tracks, and you're just able to focus him down every time he possesses. He's not actually able to Heartbreaker. So that just, I think, really cuts the legs, arms, and maybe, who knows, maybe even head if you want to get a little bit more graphic of the Viego. So we'll see what Lotus have in store, but yeah, I feel like Jax could be a good answer. You could also do like Scion in the top lane if you want a little bit more tankiness, something that can engage as well, but they're going to go Gragas. So the Great Lane Neutralizer for game number 3, Gordo.
Yep, and the Scion Fearless away, so they have to go for something like the... they have to go for another tank if they want one. I mean, there's still like the Cho'Gath around there as options that are available, but they do opt for the Gragas this time around. And I do think this obligates them to some amount of damage coming through from mid lane as well, though Porsche could build off AP on the Gragas, as you often do. I think it's clear Talia, personally.
Yeah, maybe Talia Ahri. Ahri, I think, is another
that's a good duo
option
with the Vi as well.
Yeah.
Could be an option. Yeah, the Talia just feels like what people draft these days most frequently. I do think you have a good setup to be able to roam bot lane as well. It will be the Ahri, though. They take the Ahri in alongside the Vi to attempt to bully whatever Cupic goes for. Pretty face up what's going to be happening in mid lane this game for the side of Lotus. What is Cupic's answer? Staring down the Vi Ahri combo.
I was thinking Zoe would be possible, but that's a really bad matchup for Zoe. I think Ahri actually really runs that 1v1. So yeah, they're not going to do that. They're going to go for the starry-eyed song dress here for game number 3. Again, we want to see that range. We want to see that priority. We want to see that confluence of mid jungle come out from Zenshi. And I feel like Viego Seraphine is certainly the kind of thing that they would go for. The big question is, how is it going to fare in the laning phase against this Ahri? Obviously, you have range advantage, but I think once that level 6 is hit for Robbie Bob, we should really start to see a lot of focus in that mid lane from Lotus, especially by Chad, who he should be looking at this Seraphine and saying, all right, that cop or that singer is not in their right mind. They are way too drunk. They're intoxicated. We can't let them drive. We need to take them away from the paparazzi and arrest them. So Chad needs to be making sure that the singer is not able to link up with the Viego.
Lotus, the experts on binge drinking this game with Porsche locking in the Gragas up at the top lane. So they're well prepared to be able to handle these sorts of situations. I think Cupic leaning on NXI this game. And this is exactly the sort of draft that I had in mind when we were talking about wanting to see NXI on some more carry picks. Cupic is willing to play a more supportive role, willing to play stuff like this Seraphine in mid. Wouldn't surprise me too much, too, if it's not even a full AP Seraphine, if you just build some support items and are looking to buff up Barrack and NXI and Globby to be able to be your big damage dealers over the course of this game. There's not going to be anybody spamming armor against you this time, and the Renekton going to end up building a Black Cleaver regardless. So very well could see a game where Cupic is just not really focused on dishing out the damage, instead trying to enable the rest of the members of Zenshi.
My biggest question around this Cupic Seraphine is, what are we going to see from the build on this guy? I think that there are 3 very real possibilities here where you can go things supportive. You can go like the Roa, you can go things like the Seraphs, or you can just go, fully crazy and I think go full damage. I think that is the kind of conundrum that you run into whenever you see Seraphine in the mid lane. I really favor the Rylai's, though, in this game, personally. I think Rylai's has a ton of value for the side of Zenshi, just being able to limit the amount of movement from a lot of these Lotus carries. I think Zenshi have to be looking again at NXI, getting this Viego's resets, making sure that he is thriving around that 14-minute mark. He should be up gold against his counterpart. And then for the side of Lotus, it's kind of the same deal as last game, Gordo, where we're looking at Robbie Bob, we're looking at Chrome. Obviously, Chrome, you can see rocking the flash and the ghost, so he knows that he has to be aggressive, and he is up to the task. We'll have to see which team with very different styles comes out on top here for game number 3, and who leads the series, my friend.
Yeah, I think this is going to be the game where the most onus is being placed on Globby out of the 3 we've seen so far. Yeah. He needs to be able to show up in later game team fights on this Sivir, barring an immense snowball performance from Barrack and NXI that could potentially break out. But assuming that we start taking team fights at some amount of relatively parity gold, it's going to be on Globby to be able to position well, still dish out damage, have a clutch shield or 2 to be able to block out one of the many different engage tools that Lotus have available to them. He's under constant threat, under not the longest range AD carry in the world, and not the most mobile AD carry in the world either.
I think he just needs to understand in this game that he's probably not the main character, right? As Sivir, you're expected to be weak-sided. I think that Kim Down, whenever he gets the opportunity to, should be roaming with that Viego. As speaking of some main character action, Vi is actually in NXI's jungle.
Good smite there by NXI does secure him the level 2 and probably saves his life as the Chad classic level 1 invade comes on through. This guy in this OQ been level 1 invading more than probably just about anybody else.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And does not come up the better this time around, but that's the thing about Chad, is sometimes it doesn't work out, and he will continue to go for it. And you do need to respect it at all times. You can't shirk on your level 1 planning against Lotus.
I wonder what NXI's response is going to be here, knowing that Chad is on that top side, and ideally that he wants to be focusing down that Zion Rakan, making sure that Chrome gets ahead as soon as possible. He could cut through the jungle as this Viego, especially with the prio he has in bot lane, and maybe link up with Kim down to make an aggressive move onto Chad. That would really get the Viego snowball rolling early here. I think another thing, though, is that invade from Chad significantly hampers his ability to get level 3 as soon as possible and start influencing these lanes. You could see that Barrick was actually not afraid to just push up on that wave, knowing that a level 2 Vi is really no threat to him.
Definitely, and understanding that there's a mutual knowledge between the two junglers that Chad hangs out around top here too much. His bottom side jungle is toast. NXI knows that he didn't start there because Chad showed up in his own top side jungle. So Chad does need to, kind of eat his vegetables and full clear down towards the bottom here to avoid giving up a huge lead to NXI.
You see both junglers are really gearing up toward that bot side. Chad just now on his Raptors. If NXI wants to, he could look for the Vi on the red buff. Obviously, you see Robbie Bob as well is out of mana. This Ahri would not be able to help their jungler if he wanted to. So that timer is available for the Viego. Instead, he's just going to go for a reset, thinking better of it, especially with the hold that Zenshi have had on this bot side, pushing Lotus's bot lane in under their own turret. That has been broken, so there isn't nearly as much security.
Not nearly the amount of security you'd be hoping for in this situation. Barrick,
good dodge.
Yeah, it's out on a little bit and will even force a turret shot on towards Porsche here. Not giving up any CS to this push situation, going to build himself up a little bit of a lead, about half a wave, thanks to his ability to continue to secure the farm. And Chad is right back to the source here.
Oh boy,
getting
Chad.
back on the respawn to Krugs. He saw them die. He has the exact timer. And Eric over the wall, going to flash onto Chad. They will trade that summoner.
He tried to flash E, but he didn't get the reset for the dice, so he wasn't able to use his other dash to, close the distance on the Vi. It will mean Chad gets out. Has to burn his flash, but at the very least, he does trade that with the top laner of Zenshi. I like the aggressive moves from the Vi, just making sure that you can slowly but surely clip away some of that CS from the Viego. Again, we're really looking at NXI to be the carry, so every little bit helps at this point, but really good move here from Zenshi. They have a stacked wave in bot that's pushing, so with that, they should just be able to take this dragon with essentially no problem. My biggest worry would be if they get stalled out and Chad is able to actually contest this, because he does have item advantage. He's coming back to his own jungle with a Phage.
Clarit's approaching with Chrome here, but it is four members of Zenshi starting off this dragon. It might be too little too late. They're about to get the smite down onto it, and they're finding the bottom side as well. Charm goes wide. Clarit's in too deep, likely to be first blood, but he flashes out to safety for now as Robbie dashing forward, getting that orb on top of as many members as he can. First blood will be secured for Cupid as he flashes over the wall, but will be chased down by Robbie. NXI already on one reset. A flash forward from Globby. Will be able to finish off Chrome. Down goes Robbie Bob as well, and Zenshi will claim the feat of warfare thanks to some aggressive gameplay from their bot laner.
It was a messy fight, but Zenshi win out in return. NXI finds his kill, he finds his resets, and he is able to burn all of the flashes off of the Lotus members. This should be a huge opportunity for the Viego with how much CC he has from his laners, how much lockdown there is on the Zenshi's side. This should be a free ticket for NXI to start running this game over, knowing that that defensive safety net is not there for Lotus for the next 5 minutes.
And 100% the start that Zenshi were hoping for. Once again, with this composition, they scale so powerfully with this Seraphine, with the addition of the Viego and the Sivir to that Seraphine. Being able to take an early lead like this is so powerful, gives you so much comfort. Means you don't have to worry about a 4 dragon stack from Lotus. You don't have to worry about them just steamrolling away with the gold lead. You have some space to surrender some objectives if you don't get that perfect positioning later on, and you will still have plenty of time to scale and be relevant later.
I'm really surprised that Zenshi, after that bot side fight, didn't go for a lane swap, because we've got the grubs coming up in about 40 seconds here. I think Zen had a perfect opportunity to get Globby, get Kim down on that top side, get a numbers advantage, and similar to what they did in game number 2, just secure both of those early neutrals. But they think better of it, maybe because Kim down has that teleport, so they'll be looking for some kind of a surprise play on that top side. They don't want to give Claritz the opportunity to look for a response, but he also has the teleport, so maybe we don't see the full 5, but we will see the supports possibly join up in this escapade in just a couple of seconds.
And eyes on Robbie Bob, who's about to have Spirit Rush back. A 2-0 start for him, 4 stacks on his Dark Steel, basically acting as another component item for him here. He is going to have to clutch up here. One of the most veteran and highest skilled mid laners we have here in Tier 3. Always on competitive teams, always serving as a litmus test for any upcoming mid laners looking to get into NACL.
Yeah.
You want to be at that level, you'd better get past Robbie Bob. See how Cubic is going to be able to do, trying to make his way back into the NACL the old-fashioned OQ way.
Cubic taking a lot of damage. That lost chapter plus the 4 stacks on Darksteel really effective, as NXI got the 1 and is actually just going to get on out. So Lotus should be able to secure those. Cubic dodges out on the charm. So Zenshi, really good discipline, really good awareness not to overstay their welcome, knowing that they don't have Cryo on top and mid. They get the 1 grub. They don't give a kill over in response. There's no greed from their side. Lotus, though, definitely winning out on that because they get the objective. This should help Robbie secure some more gold, but I'm really looking at Porsche as well to try and use those grubs to get a couple of plates for himself, because we want to see this Gragas be relevant around these fights. That cask should not only be splitting up Zenshi, but also dealing a crap load of damage.
Yeah, we will see. I wonder if he's even going a damage-focused build, though. The double Ruby Crystal plus tier makes me think that this could be tank Gragas. He might just be going Fimbulwinter.
Maybe.
I mean, maybe he gets some AP afterwards, but he does also have Grasp of the Undying. I think Porsche might be leaning full tank this game and just trusting that Robbie Bob and Chrome will be the damage dealers. Robbie Bob did get a whole bunch of gold here and rely on that to some degree or another, but the accuracy is going to have to be there. And so far, we did see that charm missed onto Cupic was probably the difference between a 3rd kill and not.
Even though the kills are going the way of Zenshi, they don't have a huge gold lead at the current moment. I think a lot of that is just due to some really consistent farming on the side of Lotus, even though Chad has been on the receiving end of most of the punish from the side of Zen. He has maintained basically like a 4, almost 5 camp gold difference over NXI, who has that kill. And both junglers are also getting really close to 1 item, but neither will hit it ahead of this dragon. And with Zenshi, they're moving down. They have a lot of vision. You can see just how lit up that bot side of the map is for them. They're going to try and leverage that and get a foothold on this river as soon as possible.
Dragon started up here, and there's a flash in from Chad. They're going to combo everything onto Kim down to get this fight started. Cupic is evaporated. No encore used, and NXI will go down to boot. A 2-for-0 for Lotus, and the easiest dragon they're going to get all series.
That was clean from Lotus. The combination of ultimates means there's essentially no counterplay from the Zenshi mid jungle. They didn't even have time to flash away Gordo. It's going to be 2 kills. It's going to be a dragon. Robbie Bob is even going to pick up a plate. That'll be 3-0-1. You should be able to reset, spend that gold, and now Chrome is walking up.
Disrespectful from Chrome, thinking the reset had already come on through. He will be 1 shot, and that is another kill over to Globby. Having himself a solid little game number 3 so far, even as we praise Lotus's execution. And with that, the gold, the kills, the dragons, they are all dead even.
Yep. This is the closest I think all of these games have been at the 12-minute mark, Gordo. Dead even in just about every aspect of the game, like you talked about. No objective coming up for a really long time, so I think that Lotus have an opportunity here to look for a lot of stragglers, look for a lot of picks, establish some deep vision as well. You could see Claritz was on that top side and put a bunch of those deep wards around just to get some information as to where the Zenshi members were. Particularly NXI though, even though that Viego went down in the previous fight, it has to be the main focus for Lotus going forward. He's so close to that first item, and that is when Viego starts to get very dangerous.
That is what NXI is hoping for. A big pop-off fight filled with resets that will catapult him ahead of the pace of the game. Allow him to utilize this Viego to its fullest. Those buffs, again, mostly for lane Viego, but still leaving room for success in the jungle, giving him more power than he had previously. Chad with a Trinity Force completed, though, and that is a Rod of Ages, by the way, from the Gragas, so no Fimble Winter fears, at least not yet. He will have some degree of AP, even if he does go for that Fimble Winter. As a dive from Chad, the attempted response from Kim down. It's a good idea, but it's probably too little too late. Flashing away, blocking the Vault Breaker. Let's go, Kim down. Making an aggressive play happen to make it a 1-for-1 solo kill to him on the jungler.
Kim down flashes to deny the Vault Breaker. He manages to trade 1-for-1. It's probably still worth it for Lotus at the end of the day as that kill goes over to Robbie Bob. This Ahri is still running the map. We said that Lotus needed to get their mid laner ahead because he was so behind in game 2, and look how much they struggled. Still though, good play from the Zen support. And it will be the game resuming as normal. Dragon coming up in about 2 minutes. And nothing really of consequence happening on the map that should affect the way the map should be played around ahead of that objective. So we'll see, but I think the big thing that I'm really worried about for the side of Zenshi is just a lack of a front line. Right? I mean, obviously, Kim Down does have some armor and some tankiness under his belt, but I think Barrick is being looked at as that main front line, and until you're able to free up that Renekton from his restraints in the laning phase, it's going to be really hard for you to actually get someone who can tank up the Charm, who can tank up the Vault Breaker, who can tank up all of the front-loaded damage that Lotus has been packing in this game from this comp. So that should be priority number 1. If they have to give up this Dragon, honestly, in order to, give Barrick an opportunity or a chance to get freed up from lane, I feel like that's worth it for them.
Yeah, and this is where the great equalizer comes up clutch. Gragas being able to make all of these lanes immobile, not able to release themselves. He can't even get in the river without getting harassed by the Fat Man. And Porsche is going to keep on keeping on in that strat throughout the game. Knows that Barrick would be a great X factor to be able to add into some of these team fights, be able to be disruptive towards the front line, lock down a back liner, whatever it is that you need him to do. But so far, Porsche says absolutely not. You are staying in lane or you are giving up a massive amount of lane economy. Now, NXI and Cupic hovering around on the side, looking at this Rift Herald. Barrick is coming in on the TP. There's going to be the Encore coming on across. It does connect on Robbie Bob, but he's able to dash out of the way thanks to the Spirit Rush. Big feather pull on NXI, but he away with the exhaust on top of him, and Barrick will execute Clarice for the 1 casualty of the team fight.
And look at Barrick. You looked at Barrick on the side there. He was actually walking away from the lane. He wanted to get a teleport angle in, and he found his moment. He joins up with the team. The Renekton is able to make the difference. Zenshi, they only get 1, but their response is also going to be a Herald, and they can bridge this for the Dragon. They can place this in mid and force Lotus to respond. This is the game plan for how they try to get ahead, and the best part, Barrick is on the bot side. Their Renekton is ready to brawl again if need be, Gordo.
Yeah, and that was really, really tight timing there from Zenshi. Barrick has to walk away just far enough to be able to complete the TP. He has to complete the TP. He has to partake in the team fight, and he has to get back bot before Porsche can take the turret. He does all of those things, has a fully completed to-do list for the last minute or so, but now going to be under a little bit of pressure. Clarice coming in unspotted behind enemy lines. Now he's spotted.
Robbie is pushing on the top side, has teleport to join up with his team, but if Zenshi are quick enough and they can get a pick before the Ahri arrives, they will create that numbers advantage, and that's something that Lotus probably can't overcome at this point in the game. That gold, like you said, dead even, about to swing possibly in Zenshi's favor as they have put the Herald in mid.
Nice little root off of the beat drop from Cupic. hold down Chad, make sure that that engage isn't coming on through, and allow them to trade towers mid for top. Even Stevens for Zenshi as they move on over to the Dragon. They should be able to take this one. Porsche on the bottom, but most notably, Chad still a ways away. I don't think
Robbie has a hat.
time, but a TP behind from Robbie Bob. Lotus want to take a fight here. Clarit's going to be the first one to be locked on down. Robbie about to find his way on towards Globby. It's a lockdown onto Chad, and he is blown up into the backline. Glows Clarit's, and the backup of Robbie Bob with the charm to try to be able to finish off one of these members. Chrome in a 1 versus 2 going to be easily cut down by Globby. It's a 2 for 0 for Zenshi.
And there's the difficulty for Chrome that we talked about in the laning phase, or rather in the draft, sorry, Gordo. We said that even if he dodges out one of the CC abilities from Nautilus, 2 more are right around the corner, and Zenshi finds 2. They find their second dragon. Robbie Bob's teleport is too late. And even though he picks up the death cap, it is not enough to make the difference. Zenshi are fast on the turn, and they find their angle. Globby, though, the unsung hero of this game, 3-0-4 now at his second item, just absolutely wiping the floor with arguably the best player in the open qualifier, Gordo.
What a run so far today from Zenshi. A close game number 1, into a dominant game number 2, into a solid game number 3 so far. They are stacking these high. And now with the Seraphs completed, it is a redemption second from Cupic. We were questioning what the build is going to look like. It is investing into some more of these support items, getting the lower cooldowns, getting more ultimates, more shields, more roots. And it is working out for them fantastically. Cupic has been targeted in the laning phase, but he is not the one who's going to farm up to carry later. He's going to carry later through his supporting abilities. And these cheap items mean that you really can't take him out of that.
No, it's really damn difficult for Lotus at this point, because the meatball comp that Zenshi have drafted here in game number 3 feels so difficult to actually split up. Obviously, you do have the cask tool, but we saw Porsche in that last fight. He completely whiffed the ultimate and wasn't able to split up Zenshi. So as a result, they grouped up together. They managed to find stragglers on the side of Lotus, and they picked them off one by one. The clock is ticking for them now, as well as the second dragon from Zenshi means that one more and they get themselves onto Soul Point, and that's when the alarms really got to start sounding for Lotus. It's also just the fact that Robbie really hasn't had much to do over the past few minutes. He started out 4-0, but for the last 5 or so minutes of the game, he hasn't had any opportunity for a pick. He hasn't had any opportunity for a flank. He tried on that most recent dragon fight, but wasn't there in time. There might be an opportunity opening up, though, as that Otacon is on the map, and Zenshi are just going to take it on spawn. They do not care, but Lotus, look at those flank wars that are optional for them.
Yeah, I mean, such decisive calls from Zenshi here, I say, as they don't actually start the Otacon, but that was a very early TP from Cupic to join up with the rest of the team. They had quite the timer there, but I don't think they were 100% sure where Lotus were. Now Lotus have arrived. Not been spotted yet, though. Kim Down going to show up here to clear out some of this vision, make them feel more secure. There's pings on the mid lane outer turret from Lotus, but now they realize the Otacon's already even started, and the damage is coming through. It's at about half HP as Lotus
This is risky,
but they have an opportunity to be able to take a fight here. Big explosive cast going to knock some members away, and Kim Down going to be isolated away from the rest. Into the back line with the
finish the Otacon!
Clarit trying to hold them down. The smite comes through. NXI able to secure. He steals away the soul of the Rakan to take the fight even deeper. Now on towards the Vi, jumping forward, the Heartbreaker creating even more space as Porsche is sectioned off and finished off by the likes of Zenshi. Another fight win, another Otacon, and on their way towards match point.
And Cupic with a huge ultimate as Chrome has nowhere to go. He'll flash over and save himself. Cupic could save the Han Moon with that encore. The man reignites the chances of Zenshi here in game number 3. Lotus, they weren't able to find the pick onto Kim down. They had him sectioned off with the cask, but they couldn't even destroy the support of Zenshi. What hope do they have in this game? The damage isn't there. The confluence of Chrome and Robbie5 isn't there. What can they have in their pockets that can get them back in this game? Their time might have passed. The mid game is over. The late game is now the main focus here. And Zenshi have that on lock, Gordo.
A tremendous showing from Zenshi in that fight. As you said, a fantastic ultimate from Cupic. NXI able to get those resets, able to create space, able to dive onto the back line and open up for even freer kills onto the likes of Porsche. This is Dragon number 3 for Zenshi if they're able to get it, and both teams going to show back up for the 5-on-5 team fight. Needing this one is Lotus. Cannot keep giving up these objectives. Explosive cast going to create a little bit of space. Nice block there from Glavi. The root connects onto Kim down, but Redemption going to be able to keep them healed up. Cupic going to be able to keep them healed up, and they will not let anything get onto them. Their health bar is right back. They're going to go for the engage onto Porsche now. Encore comes on across, connects onto Chrome. They're not able to fall through onto it. Clarice is in there with the quickness, going to be able to land a 4-man charm. Oh, starting to come through for NXI. A 1-for-1 trade, but NXI is going to take these Heartbreakers all the way into the heart of Lotus. Robbie5 and Clarice are the last ones standing, and they are on slivers. They are out of here. NXI fishing for a little bit more. Won't be able to find it, but this dragon belongs to Zenshi.
Zenshi will pick up their dragon. NXI will break the hearts of Lotus. 6-14 in kills. Soul point acquired for Zen. And again, the jungler of this squad, NXI, on FlyQuest, on Fly Challengers, on AoE. It has been a while since we've seen this player on a roster of this caliber, but he is delivering. He's saying this old dog can still learn some new tricks, and Lotus are withering away here in the third game of the series, Gordo.
The harsh winter quacks, and Lotus are not coming out the better. It's still a 4-0 Robbie5. He is still been the best performing member in this game number 3, but they're not starting the fights on their own terms. He's not landing these charms early on. He's not connecting onto the critical targets. And the healing from Cupic is enough to mean that if you don't get somebody 100-0, they are coming back. They are going to remain participatory. And the healing has been so much. Some heal cut would do very good stuff for Lotus here, but they don't have it anywhere.
Run, yet. Robbie, run.
Robbie is getting collapsed on. He's got 2 more stacks of Spirit Rush. He's getting out of this one. Is he actually put it on the side? This TP might just be a death.
I love it.
Another for a 1 kill already, but here comes Chad diving onto Kim down, but he's not the damage dealer. Quickness through the team for Clarice.
The wave is in.
Find their way onto Cupic, but the rest of the squad is here to back him up. And Lotus, one at a time into the meat grinder. Zenshi will claim a near ace.
The Zenshi, the Lion does not concern himself with the tower. They dive under it regardless of the wave. Lotus get taken down again. It's a 4-for-0. Only Chrome is left standing, and the Baron will join those 4 members. It is not long for this world. Those teleports are there for the Zenshi solo laners. They should be able to reset, come back onto the map, and apply pressure across the board. Those tier 2s are standing, but they don't have a lot of time left, Gordo.
And a, once again, tremendous lead for Zenshi Gaming. Triple the kills of their opposition. 8K gold lead in the pockets. 1 dragon away from Soul. Otacon secured. Baron secured. Very little going wrong for them in this game number 3. Riding that momentum off a solid game number 2 performance and not showing any signs of slowing down. Lotus are going to have to go back to the drawing board.
Yeah, they really
after
are.
This one, because they're not able to respond to these sorts of drafts that Zenshi are putting together. The consistent supportiveness of Cupic, enabling NXI, enabling the whole rest of the crew. It just goes unanswered once again.
And Cupic, a player with so little comp experience. A lot of people remember him for that AoE run, that fiasco in the NACL just a year ago. It brings up a lot of bad memories. He's trying to overcome those, trying to look for another beginning, and here it comes.
Explosive Cap gets a full send out of Cubic, but he lands a clutch encore to stop them. They do manage to get onto Globby, though, and that's one of their major damage dealers already off the board, but Chrome has been locked down. He's been finished off, and so has the rest of Lotus. Robbie Bob, 1v4. No chance in hell of standing up to Zenshi Gaming. An ace for one, and Zenshi will close out game number 2 and take themselves to match point.
It was a little bit slow at the start, but Zenshi come out just as dominant as they were in game number 2. Cubic on the Seraphine mid. We've really gotten to see this player show a ton of dimensionality in this series. We saw him as the carry in game number 2. That Morgana leading the charge along with NXI. Game number 3, he goes down in gold. Doesn't matter. He's able to support his jungler. He is able to play supportive mom and the badass dad all at the same time. And this guy really coming through, all of Zenshi coming through, showing that they belong in tier 2. One more win, Gordo, and their wish will be granted.
And another quiet but fantastic game from the rookie Globby coming through in the bottom lane. He tops the damage charts by a country mile, goes deathless until the very last fight where he is the sole kill in an ace that ends the game. Played fantastically on the Senna, played fantastically on the Varus in game number 1 up against a 3-kill up Chrome. Stands strong, pulls himself back into it by his bootstraps, and this guy is still going. They could win this series up against Lotus, and with a rookie bot laner facing off against Chrome, what an accomplishment that is in and of itself.
And it would honestly be, I think, such a beautiful moment for Kim Down, a player who a lot of people were impressed with on Team Liquid Challengers. I think a lot of people would say he was one of the better members on that squad before that academy program inevitably disbanded, got shuttered, and FlyQuest Challengers, or rather Team Liquid Challengers, no longer existed. He's been looking for an opportunity to get back into tier 2 for what has essentially been a whole entire year, Gordo, and to find it with one of the most unlikely sources in NYU's rookie ADC, that would be a really funny, I think, twist of fate, but certainly a deserved promotion for the support of Zenshi Gaming. Certainly a deserved promotion for all of these players because everybody has shown up. Really impressed with what this squad has been doing in these last couple of games. But, you know, on the other side of Lotus, these are the guys who are trying to beat the choker allegations, right? I think Porsche Chad and Robbie Bob have been so close. They've been on the precipice of tier 2 so many times, but have been labeled chokers because they just haven't been able to overcome that final hurdle. A loss here, I think, would really feed into that narrative. Obviously not down, but out of the upper bracket into the lower bracket, and one less chance to actually make that dream of getting back into NACL come true.
And dangerous territory here for Lotus. Let's see if they're going to be able to pull it back and take us to a game number 5. We're going to throw it to a quick break while we get into draft for game number 4, but do not go anywhere. This series will continue on after a very short break. welcome back everybody to tonight's broadcast of the NACL Open Qualifiers here on Aegis, where Zenshi Gaming are up 2-1 over Lotus here, Quacks, in what could be a solid upset, not on seed, but as far as most people's personal opinions were concerned.
Yeah.
And this Lotus team was a favorite to be able to make it on through. Zenshi, a relatively newer squad coming together. Cupik, who hasn't made it through an open qualifier before. Glavi, who's not even played in an open qualifier before, to my knowledge. And yet they come in here and they are looking the better today. 2 wins in a row, a close game number 1. Looking like they might be able to take it here unless something changes.
But I still feel like there are plenty of pieces and a bunch of supporting evidence that points to Zenshi being a real competitor, right? I think a lot of people forget that top laner like Barrick, this was the guy on Dog Fans, right? The team that, along with AMI in that open qualifier, basically shocked everybody at how far they made it. I think Kim Down has made an impressive run in basically every single team that he's been a part of. I think that he has always been an impressive piece at the very least. And then Cupik and NXI, or Cupik, Cupik and NXI have been players who have a ton of upside. I think that Cupik's champion pool is akin to that of like Samikin's, right? And Samikin is obviously an NACL player, is revered as one of, not only one of the best mid laners, but revered as a fan favorite. I think a lot of people really subscribe to his personality and his performances, both. That's what makes him such a complete player. And Cupik is kind of in that same vein of, you know, enchanter players, long range artillery mage players who really like to keep their distance and fire through with a good backline. And then Glavi as well, I think, has been a really nice fresh face. We've been dying for new players in the scene, Gordo. Ones that shock us, ones that impress us, and ones that can go on our radar, because I feel like there haven't been a ton of those players here in 2025. So it's nice to see that even though we're in the almost 9th month of the year, there's still some ADCs that we should be on the lookout for potentially in future tournaments.
Yeah. Our lobby is bugged, so we are working on a way to be able to get the draft link. I am reaching out to our Lotus compatriots. If anybody listening is affiliated with Lotus and has a way to get us the draft link, please feel free to share. My DMs are open. Or ping me in the Aegis server, you know. Hit me up in Twitch chat. All these options are available. We will see what we can do to get a hold of these as quickly as possible. But in the meantime, players are going to be ready to get on into the likes of game number 4. We will wait to see when this draft is going to kick off.
Yep. So that gives us a little bit more time to talk about the players, Gordo, and kind of the predicament that we found ourselves in at this point in the series. I think really, when you look at it from the side of Lotus, I think that a big reason why they have come up short in a lot of these matches is the early game skirmishing. I think that Zenshi have, not only have they had better early game skirmishing, but they've been really good at having decisive actions and being able to commit to plays that Lotus might not be prepared for. I think back to that Otacon in game number 3, where I, in my head, was personally questioning why Zenshi were so overzealous on going for that objective. If it went wrong, it would have given Lotus a way back into the game, a way to actually come back from that match that Zenshi were so far dominating, but they committed to it. And I think that Lotus really didn't play the fight well. They isolated the support, they isolated Kim Down, and they weren't even able to get a pick on the Nautilus. Somehow he lived, and then Zenshi were completely grouped up together. With this team is able to operate as a 5-man unit, I feel like they are at their most dangerous, and they're able to do that at the snap of a finger. I think not only do they assemble quickly, but when they actually do, they're pretty unstoppable in this series, Gordo.
Yeah, absolutely. As we should be good to get started here now. We got a hold of somebody, so we made it happen.
Hey.
Apologies to everybody for the wait, as you know, new client changes, new changes to the spec lobby feature. Of course, break other features of the spec lobby feature, up to and including chat. So we've gotten it resolved. We are in here. Zenshi onto the blue side, Lotus onto the red for game number 4. There are 30 champions off the board, Quacks. What do these mid laners go for? What does Cupik go for?
Yep.
to try to
That's
continue to enable
the
this
biggest
team.
question. We're not even interested in like the matchup. We're not even like interested in like what's necessarily happening. We're just really engrossed in what Cupic is going to pull out here in these games, because it has been really fun to see him on these more unorthodox champions and these enchanters that have been a major curveball to teams so far in the open qualifiers. Not only Lotus, but I think on their road here, you said it was a bit of an easier road, Gordo. I tend to agree, but I think that playing non-standard drafts is always a way to really have a leg up in whatever tournament you're playing in, even when you're in like things like tier 1, or hell, even at the highest competition at Worlds. Did SKT expect Fervor Leona? I think not. But I think that aspect of Zenshi is what makes them so formidable and what makes them so difficult here in draft. I mean, realistically, as Lotus, obviously you know that Cupic is known for the Lux, but what else are you going to take away from this guy, right? You know that there are a bunch of long-range artillery mages. Are you going to just ban them all away and then leave everything open for Zenshi on the other roles? Like,
we'll see. I mean, I do think they're getting close with the Mel and Hui phase 2 bans in game number 3.
Yeah.
I wonder if they will go back for that. I wonder if Zenshi will let mid fall that far, though, as they find themselves on blue side, and as so many champions have been taken off the board here. I mean, you could afford to take a Hui in your first 3. It's not,
Yeah.
I think the prio junglers have kind of started to fall away, and the mega prio supports have started to fall away. There's not really very many engagers left.
You don't have a lot of guaranteed lockdown realistically either.
So it's kind of like you're not getting a tier 1 lockdown support no matter what you do. So you don't have to take it in the first 3 anymore the way that you have been. So if you're willing to lean into other categories for support, you can afford to take your mid laner sooner. You can snap up something like the Hui, and that's plenty blindable. I don't think you feel too bad about that. So I think things are looking up and up and up for Zenshi off the back of this game number 4 draft, or at the start of this game number 4 draft, off the back of the game number 3 draft.
I think Hui is a possibility. I think Zoe is also there. I think Talia is still a chance. I think Talia is realistically like the last normal mid laner open here for the picks, along with like Rise, but that is more than likely going to be gated by Zenshi. At least in this phase 2, if Lotus let it go to that point. Lotus have been really keen on picking their bot side so far in this draft. I wonder if backs against the wall, they're going to say, screw it, let's just pick our top side. That's kind of the other train of thought that a lot of teams have been adopting in the drafting phase so far, where you just pick your top mid and jungle right out of the gate and give counter pick over to AD carry and support. It's a little less popular now because there are so many blindable ADCs, but I think with that pool being pinched, maybe there's some value to it.
We need a name for this like clan of players.
Whoa!
The Zed first pick from Zenshi. I think that is for NXI.
That's NXI. That's NXI.
Zed. Zenshi has been banning the Zed because they fear Robbie Bob picking it into into really any of Cupic's champions. But they snap it up themselves in game number 4.
Wow.
Qualification on the line. They give NXI the rock.
And I mean, a lot of the champions that can take the brunt of Zed's combo are banned away, right? You have your bruisers basically off the board. So unless Lotus want to put chat on something like a Skarner here, and maybe they throw him on like a Trundle or possibly even a Lee Sin, like you're going to get hurt by this Zed unless you are careful. Sejuani, I can't believe is a champion that escaped my mind, but it will be the option that Lotus go for. A good one, I think, in just being able to block up a lot of those skirmishing combos from Zed. We're probably expecting the Conqueror to come through from NXI, so it will be a little bit more effective against the frontliners of Lotus, and they're going to need a lot more. I feel like this Sejuani will not be enough frontline, given that we're expecting some artillery mage from Cupic. You need, I would say, at least 2 tanky members. I think that Lotus have really struggled trying to find that correct comp to counter Zenshi's craziness.
I agree, and Zenshi continues to go for these kind of
Zed blind is crazy, man.
Enabler mid laner compositions, and they don't show any signs of slowing down on it right now. I think they're going to get the opportunity to do it yet again. There's not so many great options to pair with the Zed. They're going to go for the Zeri in the bot lane for Chrome. Want to make sure that they have access to that mobile hyper carry for him. facing down the Zed, one of the few hyper carries that will be able to go against the Zed without being at risk of just getting perma one shot. I mean, still a risk, but
Yeah.
has options available to try to put walls between you and the Zed.
I don't know much about Globby's champion pool, but like Kaisa is an option here. I don't think you want to go for any AD carry that's immobile, especially when you're against Sejuani. So no Jins, no Misfortunes, don't want to see those. I think that those aren't really a good idea when you can just get immediately swatted away or CC chained by Sejuani and have your combo or your poke ended off the bat. Zenshi, especially with the Zed, you need someone that can go forward with him. I think that this could open up the door for them to just go for a straight up engage comp. They're gonna go for engage, but it's not gonna be the one I predicted. It will be the Tristana. It will be the Aatrox blind as well. How brave are these guys, Gordo?
Aatrox is a big Barrack champion, always has been, and they do like the chance to snap it up here. And I think some of it is, you know, if you want to go and Enchanter alongside the Zeri or something like that, then you're going to give opportunity.
Go like Malphite here.
Defensively ban up against the Aatrox. I mean, Malphite.
Ornn, Malphite. Like you could just go a tank here. There's a lot of AD on this Zenshi squad so far. I think if you can go like Ornn, this would be really good, especially for playing around Chrome. I think that's your best bet at this point if you're Lotus.
Yeah, I can't disagree. I think that's a really great setup for them.
Maybe like Mordekaiser if you want to get a little spicy, you want some magic damage, but you need someone that can frontline, Gordo.
You do. And I mean, you have the Sejuani, of course, but you would certainly not mind getting a big beefy frontliner here. The Lulu, though,
Lulu.
They don't want to let it go. They want it in Clarice's hands. Ban away the Blitzcrank. A little bit of respect shown over towards Kim down there. He does have a dangerous Blitzcrank.
He does.
And see where they go from there. That doesn't mean that's not bans directed towards Cupic, though. He's gonna have his pool. He can go for.
They're not even trying with Cupic. They know that we're like whatever, man. I mean, I'm looking at Zenshi right now, trying to figure out what support might be a good option here. Blitzcrank is obviously the one that comes to mind, but that's banned. Bard is also a good one, but that's banned. You need something that can follow up the Tristana, but a lot of these engage supports are taken off the board. My best prediction would be like, I don't know, you go like Tarek here or something like that. Like that's an option, I guess, but that's like a huge Hail Mary by the side of Zenshi. Then again, they're known for that. So I don't know, like Tarek, maybe like Thresh, possibly like maybe Melio if you want some backline safety for your Tristana, but that wouldn't be as effective in the laning phase. I don't know. They got me guessing. This is fun.
Yeah, there's a lot that's up and available here that they could go for, but most of the traditional picks already gone. I like the Mel ban here. There's nothing that would be putting more of a damper on this comp from Lotus than Mel reflecting a Glacial Prison right back in the chat face. So they will take that one off the board. And there will be Porsche's Gangplank. I mean, they're not fearing this tank at all. They're
saying go for it. They want him.
Yeah, I know. They're concerned about Porsche on carries. Clearly, I don't know that that's necessarily what you need to be afraid of, though. I think Porsche again has a really great angle here to just go. No, I mean, all right. I guess we are the fools here, Quacks. They are well ahead of the curve. They have evolved past the need to play tank top laners. They're going to step up Camille for Porsche, absent the Olaf and the Gangplank.
Surely this is like a Hui angle for Cupic, and then we have something like maybe like a Tarek is possible. I think Emilio also has some validity to it. You could also do like because there's a Camille lock-in, you could also do
Nah, that's Shen support.
Shen support. Wow. KD. I like this. All right.
Yeah. It's good into Camille. I mean, you know, it would be nice 1v1 against Camille too, but that's clearly not going to happen because Barrack is piloting the Aatrox this game. And I mean, this is where they could really... Oh, it's Activia! It's the NACL Classic! I love it.
Yes.
I love to see it. All right, we're
Dark Wings
today, boys.
Destroying Cloud9 on this pick. For those of you who don't know, there was a tweet by Doublelift like a week ago where he asked people, what is the most broken champion in League of Legends that isn't commonly picked? My answer was Singed. I think that champion's broken. My second one was Anivia. This character is unbelievable, and I am so sad at how underrated it is. What does Robbie even pick here? This feels like such a difficult comp to go up against. You walk up too far, you get blasted by a cannon, you get killed by the ninja, you walk away, Anivia is just gonna wall you. This is such a difficult game when the mid pool is pinched, Gordo.
Yeah, I mean, I think on the one-on-one matchup, you could go something like the LeBlanc here, the Yone. All right,
triple threat.
In the same kind of tradition. Got to be strong alongside the Sejuani. Does leave them very low on magic damage, but I don't think they care. They're facing off against what is going to be Aatrox Zed top jungle. Only the Shen really going to be here, building up a little bit of tankiness, but he is going to be on a support income. So Lotus round things out, putting Robbie Bob on the scaling Yone. They have a multiple divers, great access towards the back line. They decide, if you're going to lock in an early Zed against us, we are going to be targeting Globby every single fight. And we're going to trust that Chrome is going to be able to keep himself safe with the help of the Lulu, with the help of the Sejuani, and with the help of the mobility that the Zeri has access to.
I'm a little bit worried for this Lotus comp though, because it's very much economy dependent, right? You need items on Camille, you need items on Yone, you need items on Zeri. All of these threats, if they are not well ahead of their counterparts by the time this game goes 15 minutes, Gordo, we could see a little bit of issues here for Lotus, because despite their independent agency being really high and the outplay ceiling for a lot of these champions being, you know, really up there, I think that Zenshi have a better team fight comp as a whole. I think that the combination of Anivia, Aatrox, and just the ability to get those resets onto Barrack, along with the jump resets onto Globby, could mean that if this team can find one single pick onto these squishier members of Lotus, it is just going to be a team fight run over in favor of Zenshi. But again, you really got to look at NXI. This Zed needs that gold. Chad wants to give gold to his solo laner, so I feel like we really have to keep our gaze on that top side. Who is going to be able to get those grubs? I think that will be the objective we really have to watch out here for game number 4, and possibly the last game of this series, as Zenshi are one win away from qualifying to the NACL promotion tournament, Gordo.
And the risk of a need for economy on Lotus, I do think is swayed somewhat by the favorability of their matchups. Camille into Aatrox,
a little bit
established counter matchup that a lot of people do prefer in the top lane, and similar status I feel for the Yone into the Anivia. Once level 6 is achieved, I think life is going to be very tough for Cupic. Avoid just getting comboed by the likes of this Yone, especially with a Sejuani in the jungle, for both of those lanes to be able to augment them, get the stun faster, show up, and really just lock these targets down to be able to be executed in very, very fast fashion. So Barrack and Cupic going to need to hold their own in tough lane matchups and give themselves opportunities to be able to win out on fights and really take the fight to Lotus later on.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think that the laning phase for Lotus should be pretty good because the matchups are in their favor. But where I really feel like Lotus have struggled is just in that priority department. I think that if Cupic is, even though he'll have a rougher matchup, especially once Yone hits level 6, before level 6, we do expect the Anivia to push this Yone a little bit with the poke advantage that the Anivia leverages. And if that poke leads to prio and the bird is able to link up with their jungler, then we're going to see NXI look for those aggressive plays like he has all series. And that's exactly what they need. If they can get this Zed ahead, and then the Zed can spread that influence, get that gold over to all these other lanes, then Lotus will just fall apart. I think the biggest thing we have to watch out for is just how squishy most of these Lotus members are. Obviously, you have Chad as a frontline, but we said he shouldn't be the sole frontline. They didn't really take that to heart, as their solo laners will be more independent than trying to guard for their team in those 5v5s.
Definitely. Lotus, after a rough couple of games here, without getting a lot of their heads above water, now going to need to win 2 in a row if they want to qualify for the promotion tournament here and now. Breathe sigh of relief and wait for that event to kick off. Zenshi Gaming now making a deeper and stronger run than any expected of them. a chance to be able to qualify here and now as an upper seed from the upper bracket. That does give you favorable treatment once it is time to actually start fighting in the promo tournament itself. So a massive win here for either side. Definitely would prefer to qualify through the upper bracket than the lower bracket, not just for peace of mind, but for the seeding advantages that come with it.
And for the side of Lotus, a loss here, a throw into the lower bracket to scrap for that last spot in the promotion tournament would be feeding into the choker allegations of this top side. Porsche, Robbie Bob, so close last year on the side of, I believe it was Lotus. Yeah, they kept up on this organization from last year, and they said, we'll stick with them, even though we lost last time to a close 5-game banger by Polestar, who obviously promoted up into the NACL at the start of 2025. So we're really going to have to see what these guys are capable of, if they're able to beat those allegations, if Lotus are able to come back strong after what was essentially a year on hiatus. This organization, after their failure against Polestar, kind of disappeared, and recently have only propped up for the ACL and for this tournament. So there are a lot of maybes that these players and this organization as a whole have hit for a long time, Gordo, and now is the time to switch that up, to say that they do have it, to say that the break was warranted and that they can actually compete with the best in the OQs and get that NACL spot that they were denied last year.
And what was a failure for the org was really a success for some of the individual players on it. That team that Lotus qualified to the promo tournament with last year, Dardock, Sushi, Mixture, all find themselves in the NACL today, making deep playoff runs as well. They are clearly NACL caliber, and that just ups the pressure on guys like Robbie Bob and Porsche even more.
Got to follow them up.
Alongside these characters did not get the same breadth into NACL that their counterparts did, and now have to make it through themselves without those teammates. Do not want to look like you guys are the reason, like you guys are what held them back. And a big step towards doing that is to qualify on your own.
And Chad as well, even though he's not a part of the Lotus disappointment of last year, he is still a player trying to get back to where he once was. This is a guy who dominated the jungle for years in Academy, and then what later became NACL on rosters and organizations like Mirage Alliance, like Fear, like CCG. But recently this year has been coming up short. We think about that Respawn organization, right? That saw Shochi on it, who obviously promoted in this most recent open qualifier onto Dorado, a team that just recently lost in a 5-game banger to Supernova, one of the best in the NACL. So Chad also
Mixture.
Yeah, Chad also trying to, join up with his former teammates, saying that he was not the reason they weren't able to find that success on Respawn. And it all starts here. Their backs are against the wall. This is their last chance in the upper bracket before that inevitable safety net disappears, and they have to face the horror of lower bracket and the idea of maybe not making it to that promotion tournament.
Lots of pressure here for the Lotus side. There's Zenshi playing with house money somewhat here, feeling calm, cool, and collected after 2 wins in a row. Let's see if Lotus can break that momentum. So far, laning phase starting off, nothing too fancy here. Both junglers clearing towards bottom side. An early push achieved by Chrome Claritz as the double ranged duo.
And NXI, to no one's surprise, very fast on the clear. Zed, one of the best champions to clear the jungle. In fact, I would argue the best champion to clear the jungle. That passive is so broken for that first clear on the camps. It will give Zed and NXI the opportunity to look for a play before Chad can even react, but it's really good that Robbie spots him on that ward. They know where the Zed is. They know how fast he's going, so they can react. I would imagine after this wave is pushed, the Lotus bot lane is going to ward up this tri-bush and should deny NXI the ability to actually make an impact on the bot side of the map, but he can reset and look for that top crab at the same time.
Robbie already starting to take some aggressive trades in the mid lane. Gonna see how good this matchup really can be for the Yone up against an Anivia whose mana costs are so exorbitant. It's gonna be really difficult for her over the course of that matchup, regardless of who the pilots of each champion are. And Robbie Bob certainly going to push that advantage up against Cupic whenever he gets the opportunity to do so. First clear's done. Chad actually going to be the one who arrives on to the scuttle first as NXI takes a little reset, gets himself double longsword, make his ganks all the more powerful, and he's making a beeline towards the top side. Going to take the scuttler for sure, and will he arrive to try to brawl with Porsche? Certainly seems like that might be in the cards.
NXI, even if there isn't an angle up top side, could look for the camps on Porsche's top side. You can see that there is the Sejuani resetting for those tier 2 Krugs. He's actually just going to throw a ward down on it, so we'll get some eyes onto where Chad is and make sure that he, at the very least, can't look for a gank. The Sej, though, the way he's pathing, might actually look for a lane gank onto Barrack. At the very least, if you burn the Aatrox's flash, this gives a lot of opportunities over to the Camille to actually, you know, rebound and try and push this matchup in her favor, which, like you said correctly in the draft, Gordo, this is a Camille favored matchup. So we do expect Porsche to find those advantages and, you know, take this game home with them.
Yeah, and we haven't talked about it much, but don't forget, it's 25-17. So obviously he just saw Chad take the second spawn of Krugs, so he knows exactly where Chad is for that reason. But even when he first threw down the ward, he got the exact timer of those Krugs.
Yep.
Which means from that, you know, these are high-level players. They can intuit what path he took and where he is on.
Oh, what do you mean, bro? We've got the new jungle timers that just tell you when the camp spawn.
Well, that's what
Who needs to
exactly
intuit,
what
bro?
I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah. So finding out the exact timer of those Krugs, you know, means, you know, did he start Krugs? Did he go to Krugs second? You know that instantly. And so you could say, well, he's either on his bottom side camps or he's in the base. Turns out he was the latter.
There's a stacking wave on bot side. Chrome and Claritz have backed, so they probably don't have a desire to spend any of that gold that they currently have. This could open up an opportunity for NXI to go into the lane and maybe look to brawl, scrap a little bit. I think the big thing plaguing this Zed so far, though, is just that lack of mid-prio. Cupic is going to suffer for a little bit because, like you said, those mana costs are extremely high on Anivia, which means that Yone, who is a manaless champion, should get the shove in here. That'll mean dragon priority for Lotus. And Zenshi shouldn't be able to get any of these early objectives, which has been a common trait in a lot of their wins. They are first onto the dragons, and then they're able to transition that into grubs and kind of go from there and never really give Lotus an angle back into the game.
Now, a quiet laning phase all in all. I think likely satisfactory for Lotus here.
Yeah.
But the Zed is not off to the races, although once NXI gets level 6, I'm sure he is going to be looking to get plenty more involved. But getting this Yone to level 6. Oh, look at that flash taunt on Chrome. Forces an auto from the turret and forces a flash out of Chrome. Happy to be able to force those resources when you've got Zed in the jungle.
Porsche's level 6.
There's going to be an all-in from the Hextech ultimatum. Chad coming in onto the support. Needs to get one more for the stun. Will have it come on through, but the World Ender from Barrack.
Well, NXI's coming up.
And sustain right back up. Now here comes NXI to be able to back him up from the jungle. Lotus are going to have to call this play off. I mean, it's time spent from both junglers, so all in all, pretty net even, but yeah. Barrack standing tall on his signature Aatrox.
Good discipline there not to flash, understands that the damage profile really isn't there from Lotus, and Chad possibly going up a little too, or was a little too behind to actually follow up from that Hextech ultimatum. I think the timing was off from the Lotus top side. So he'll keep that summoner spell. He'll be, you know, cordially farming his lane, and everything will just resume to normal. Still 7.5 minutes in, no kill to be found here on the Rift. By far the slowest the game has been so far in this series. I do think that I agree with you, Gordo, in the sense that it favors Lotus to have a slower paced game with how much scaling and gold these champions need.
It feels weird to say into the Anivia comp, but you know, definitely feels good for your Zeri, for your Yone.
Him down,
roaming away. Robbie Bob going to be able to dash back over the wall. He is going to get caught by that shadow step. Will be taunted on up, but Chad able to back him up. Robbie able to retreat, doesn't have to blow that flash or anything like that.
Nope. Good roam there from Kim Down on a reset timer here for Globby, so he can freely move around the map. NXI is on the bot side, has level 7, whereas Chad has level 6, and that Dirk is also complete for the Zed, so that really is the big break point, I would say, here in the early game for basically any AD assassin of League of Legends. So we want to try and see the Zed make a play on the map, and maybe Lotus will give him that opportunity. As it looks like they've started up the Dragon on this bot side. Both mids are returning to lane, so it's just a question of who can roam down there first. But Zed resetting actually gives me the idea that maybe Zenshi don't want to contest this, Gordo.
Well, they're not going to be able to, even if they do want to. So this one's going to Lotus for sure. Off the back of that reset from NXI will mean that there's some additional time for Lotus to be able to get over here and respond on the Grubs if they want to contest for that objective. As the notification that the Dragon's been taken goes across the map. Little exchange of blows in the top lane. Porsche going to end up recalling, but has to cancel it as there's another wave coming in, and NXI is going to start onto the Grubbies. The fact that Chad just went right back to his clear means this is probably going to be a trade of early objectives.
And it doesn't look like there'll be a trade by Lotus. They're not going to try and contest for these Grubs, but even if they did, I think the Stand United from Kim Down is a really good way to circumvent not having to rotate to a lot of these plays as Shen. You can just ult the member who might be in trouble on the side of Zenshi and immediately get there, as Kim Down actually used that Shadow Dash, but misses, and it takes a lot of damage as a result.
Yeah, he loses about half his HP. Lightning Crash comes out of Chrome. The fact that he has Spirit's Refuge to be able to dodge a couple of auto attacks makes a big difference there. Means that Chrome can't keep stacking up the movement speed. Means that Kim Down doesn't lose more than he bargained for. And that last little sliver on that turret plate, tilting both Chrome, Clarice, and myself.
Yep. But like we said, those Grubs are going to be acquired from Zenshi. NXI actually went for its first reset and opted for the Umbral, so he will be able to clear out the vision of Lotus pretty effectively in that late game. I think that this is a super underrated item. As the assassin guy in the call though, Gordo, I really prefer this item second when those support items are upgraded and when warding actually becomes a really prominent feature of the role. Right now, we're not seeing a ton of roaming, and we're not seeing a ton of deep vision come out from either Kim Down or Clarice. So while having the Umbral is good to try and look for something in the laning phase, doesn't feel like the best time to build it, in my opinion. I feel like you would be better off going for something like a Youmuu's that can actively get you to places quicker.
No, that's Ghost blown by Chrome. He thinks he can get a solo.
That's Stand United.
He looks like he is right. Stand United is not enough, as Globby will be taken down by Chrome and Clarice. Chrome and Clarice. I cannot say those words together. We're going to have to come up with some kind of duo name for them. And they come up with a kill.
Chrome Leets.
Chrome Leets, yeah. Chrome, definitely is what I was going for there. It's definitely not going to be it.
Chrome Leets, maybe. We'll workshop it. Anyway, Lotus,
I think
come out swinging.
Better.
Chrome, Okay, you know what? You win. I'll do Chrome.
All right. We'll do our best. I'm going to forget that in 5 minutes. I promise you that much. But Robbie and Cupic exchanging some blows here. And this is the off-tank Zeri build, by the way. Does go for...
Oh, yeah. Experimental Hexplate.
Yeah.
We're probably going to expect to see that from Barrick as well. I feel like Aatrox is another practitioner of that item. As Robbie.
Field coming on across from Robbie. Stun going to connect, though. And look at that damage out of NXI. Robbie took a one-way trip into the middle of the enemy team, and he is not going back. NXI with the kill.
NXI showcasing the damage on that Zed. Like you said, Gordo, he will pick up Zenshi's first kill of the game. Globby left to his own devices in the 1v2, but it does not matter. There's no punish possible from Chrome Leets. So that'll just mean no thing there for Lotus to pick up on any kind of gold. Though that turret is getting knocked down pretty heavily on the side of Zenshi. That's 3 plates given over to the Zeri. And like you said, with the experimental hex plate, that means that Zeri will also be more difficult to knock down. So I think if they're just going to be injecting gold into their AD carry, that's the safest bet. That's the strategy that Lotus have been essentially adopting this entire tournament. We said they needed to go back to basics, and it certainly feels like this is the kind of start that we expected and hoped from them, Gordo.
Oh, and there is a World Ender pop by Barrick. Porsche going to be able to dip dive and duck his way out in time, but and look at this lane matchup. Barrick doing a fantastic job against Porsche's Camille, already with about a 30 CS lead here at 13.5 minutes. A very solid laning phase for him. Already has the Black Cleaver completed, and it is just feeling tough for Porsche to contend, despite the fact that this is his counter matchup. Well, it's going to be all on Chrome's hands after that death on a Robbie Bob, it feels. Of course, they could always come back, but for the time being, Chrome is going to have to be the protagonist for Lotus.
Yep.
Be able to show up in a way that he hasn't had much opportunity to so far this series. Clarit's getting jumped onto by NXI. NXI will not commit the death mark, but that felt very dangerous for the Lulu.
That was a bit of an interesting warding pattern there from Lotus. It's more gold into the coffers of Zenshi Gaming. Really like the confidence that NXI is playing here this game. It's making it very difficult for Clarit's to continue their warding escapades on that bot side. They're trying to use that dragon as sort of a baiting tool for Lotus to step up and into the waiting arms of the Zed. That is a very good strategy in my opinion. But again, you talk about Chrome, you talk about this Zeri. That still stands true. This is the protagonist of Lotus, and he has been that the entire series, the entire tournament, dare I say, as NXI is going for a dive.
Flash forced off of Porsche.
Oh, he completely dodged it.
Good dodging, good footwork from Porsche, keeping everything alive for this dive. NXI takes way too much damage from the turret, and they can't not able to redive. He's still a half.
They're going.
Another dodge, another shadow dash that does not connect. Finally, Barrick will bring down the hammer and trade 1-for-1, but Porsche just wasted so much time.
That's such a costly play for the side of Zenshi. They lose one. It's a trade at the end of the day. Not the worst thing in the world, but Lotus are going to get so much more of that bot side. Chrome is going to get free reign of this turret. I don't think Globby has the opportunity to actually defend this. So the Zeri will pick up more gold off of that overplay by Zenshi on the top side. That dragon, just kind of the cherry on top. It'll be Lotus's second of the game. Still, they are gearing up here for the early implications of a victory. I don't want to speak too soon, but Chrome in a fed position has never been a disappointing sight to see, but it has been a very worrying one for the opponents.
Porsche on a carry, crushing dives. Chrome getting early leads. These are the stars of Lotus starting to shine a little more after two disappointing losses in a row. These are the sorts of performances we need to see out of them to be able to clutch up and win out this series, and doesn't get much more clutch than what we just saw out of Porsche.
Yeah, Porsche not been having the brightest of series. Definitely been scrapping with Barrick, I think, to not necessarily a comfortable avail, but there manages to make the difference by just stalling Zenshi out for time, stalling Zenshi out for resources, gives more over to his AD carry, and now Chrome is freed up around the map. This Zeri should be allowed to merrily get around Summoner's Rift without a care in the world. They're throwing Chrome down in the mid lane, just giving him as many resources as they possibly can. They are rearranging their side lanes and their lane assignments to maximize the income of their AD carry, and I feel like that is the best strategy that they can come up with so far, but it is one that could be concerning, especially if you aren't giving resources over to the Zione and this Camille champions who we said needed that high economy in order to function in the late game. If you're putting all your eggs in the Chrome basket, you better hope he can deliver a win, because if Zenshi find an angle onto this Zeri that they don't account for, they don't expect, that could go right down the drain.
I think feeling better about the lane matchups they've secured for themselves here as well now. They've got Robbie Zione facing off against Barrick's Aatrox. They have moved Porsche. Porsche been in a 1 versus 2 for a little bit, which isn't explicitly what you want for your Camille, but It does mean that Chrome is getting to do the same in mid. Here's the collapse on towards Robbie, but he's got dashes for days.
He used the Herald.
Sneaks himself out of there with the Soul Unbound. Porsche can end up TPing up here.
All right, who's going to win this 2v2?
Try to charge in with the Rift Herald. That's going to leave them exposed for a moment, though. They're going to full send it on.
It's not a 2v2.
Still at half HP, and he does have access to the Stand United. Porsche up too far, will drop down, and now Cupic arrives to the scene, trying to pick Robbie. Good dodging from Robbie, finding his one way to get away from the smoke, but he has to pop the Soul Unbound. He's coming back. Claritz is going to be able to give him the ultimate. He flashes back. He dashes in. Here comes Chad. Massive knockup found by the giant growth of Claritz, but they haven't been able to get the damage on through yet. Into the egg goes Cupic, and he will be boiled in it as nowhere left to go. Comes back up, is going to immediately be executed by Chrome. It is a double kill back over to the Lotus AD carry in a 2-for-2 fight.
And Chrome is 3-0. The Zeri comes up big, arrives late to the party, but leaves no cups, no food, devours everybody in the Zenshi squad. This party ends with a Lotus victory. As again, the footwork from the solo laners on this LTF squad is just immaculate. It's buying so much time for reinforcements to arrive. It stalls out Zenshi so much that they're able to find other advantages on the map. But I think in the case of that topside fight, it was actually Zenshi that found the cross-map advantage. We didn't really pay attention to it, but Globby took down that bot lane turret, so this Tristana got some solo gold to himself. Definitely nowhere near the amount of, gold difference for the ADC of Lotus. Chrome still much richer, but closing that gap going to be something that could pay dividends in the future.
Ultra Shock Laser.
Oh my God.
Claritz is retained. Chrome held on to the
no, he's in trouble.
Perhaps too long. They didn't finish off him down. And now Barrick is a monster in the fight. 3 kills back over to Zenshi Gaming.
And Chrome Nation rise up. Chrome Nation sit down. Barrick from Dog Fans is here to rip Lotus asunder. Right as the Otacon spawns, Zenshi find a big fight win in the mid lane. They should be able to transition that into vision around that top side. The resources, the wallets, they're starting to fatten on the blue part of the map. If they can use that to gain some control over that top side, they can get that Otacon. They significantly increase their chances of coming back into this game, but they're more concerned with that Cloud Dragon instead, Gordo.
Yeah, I think it's already getting worked on, though, by Zenshi. They should be able to clean this one up, no problem. Robbie Bob with a little alone time up on the top side will keep that push going. Might even be able to take himself out another outer. But I do think that objective gives the objectives feat over to the side of Zenshi, which does in fact secure them feats of strength.
And there is just some absolutely insane goal differences in this game. It's basically 2.6k difference between the 80 carries in favor of Lotus, but then it's basically a 2.4k favor in favor of Zenshi on the top side, and a counter matchup as well. Gordo, somehow Barrick is dominating a losing matchup on Aatrox.
Fantastic game on his signature pick so far from
Cupic
Barrick.
just hit 10 stacks.
Has been making a big difference. Yeah, as you said, that level.
Wait, this is so brutal for Lotus.
It's so tough for Lotus to
they can't move.
Farm. Chad's gonna send it. Does not connect with the Glacial Prison, but into the backline goes Robbie Bob. Fate Seal connects on a Cupic, trying to execute him, and he will do so. Cupic falls down, but Porsche did as well. Now the Otacon going to be in the eyes of Lotus to see if they could be able to get this through.
Oh God, Claritz is isolated.
By the Infernal Chain's going to be able to speed his way out of there with the help of Pix, but now Lotus coming back in from the top side. Otacon firing back at both sides. No allegiance on the epic monster, but somebody's gonna need to claim it. Robbie! Triple knockup from Claritz. The Otacon's at 4 HP, and it gets taken down by Chrome. Permanent buff over to Lotus, but the fight slightly favoring Zenshi. Robbie and Chrome trying to turn it into their favor.
Can he be the hero?
Here, you can execute onto him. Will apply the slow from the Otacon across the entire team. It would set up for Chrome and Robbie to be able to turn it back, but they can't find that last bit of damage. And Globby continuing to push them back with cannon fire. Zenshi stay firm, but Lotus secure the Otacon.
Lotus, I would say, went out in that fight. They get the Otacon, they get the neutral. That's what they came for. They immediately turned their sights.
Robbie under the turret. 1v1 claims another.
Robbie was denied his moment earlier, just a few seconds to try and turn that 2v3 around. He gets the solo kill. Globby under his own tower falls. But I really like the snap decision making from Lotus in that previous fight. They immediately knew that Cupid had to be focused on that that ultimate that was just sectioning off all of Lotus from getting into the Otacon circle. That would not do. They turn their sights onto the mid laner of Zenshi. It's difficult, but they find him. They break the siege that Zenshi had, and they manage to reclaim the objective for themselves. So they keep their hopes alive. The gold lead, though, is so even at the current moment, Gordo. It is still anyone's game.
Absolutely is. The addition of that Otacon, though, so helpful towards Lotus's intended game plan. Being able to get those AoE slows, letting Chrome reset, letting Chrome have an even greater delta between his movement speed and the opposition's. As he looks to hunt down additional targets, it's going to be so valuable for them. Chad coming in on the flank at the top side, threatening a dive on towards Barrack, but I just don't think they have the damage.
No.
They still want to exert some control over this top side of the map, though, as it is a minute to go until Baron buff.
They need Chrome around if they want to be dealing damage, as Robbie thinks that he can just do it on his own, but he gets stunned up, and Cupid, oh no.
He has to flash forward. The fact that
that's Stand United
is a disaster for Robbie. Here comes Kim down, Stand United, and now it's about how much time Robbie can buy. He will be able to connect the Shadow Dash. The shield comes on through, but Cupid has got the damage. Cupid gets a kill. Outplays Robbie Bob, dodges out the fate sealed. Chrome will trade it with Chad for a mid lane turret, but a good sign for Zenshi.
Cupid not even having to burn the flash is just the cherry on top, as Robbie committed everything to look for that kill. The Kim down, though, for the support, manages to get his mid laner out of dodge. 40 seconds ahead of the Dragon. Losing your mid laner for Lotus means that you likely lose control over this bot side. Zenshi, though, I feel like the thing really keeping them from exerting their will on the bot side of the map is the fact that that mid lane turret, that tier 1 for Lotus, is still standing. The wave clear, the presence of Chrome is enough.
Chrome!
Oh, he used the dash!
Up too far, has to flash. Great pick again by Cupid, clutching up these last few minutes, putting the Lotus carries on a notice and garnering advantages for the team. But now Robbie Bob is back. Fate Seal will be up soon.
Chad found him.
Connects on a Cupid. Lightning Crash comes on a Crunch. But Chrome has to back on away for the time being. Cannot find these last few shots in the timing that he needs to find them. Porsche's in on the flank. Knocks back Cupid a little bit.
Cupid has to reset. He has teleport.
Able to escape. Flashes down on both carries. They're moving over towards the Dragon, Quacks.
Cupid has to reset. He's too low. I think he has passive, but it's not going to matter if you're just an egg watching from the sidelines. He's going to go to the mid lane. It's 4v5 for the time being, as Zenshi have to be so careful around this. This could be soul point for Lotus, Gordo.
Keep your eyes on Chrome. He's about to get pulled back in by the Infernal Chains. Kim down, finds the Shadow Dash, but into the back line goes Robbie Bob, trying to get himself on top of Cupid. Cupid going to be able to go into the stasis to stay alive for a little bit longer, but it's already a double kill over to Robbie. And Exotic jumps back over the ball with the Shadow.
Portia Robbie.
Down inside the Glacial Storm, and Barrack is resetting off the World Ender. It's a triple kill to Barrack, and Robbie is all out of gas. An ace to Zenshi Gaming.
And Chrome gets absolutely eviscerated. It's up to the Lotus solo laners, the two men who have stood by this organization to try and save it from its fate in the lower bracket, but it is not enough. Cupid and Barrack, the Zenshi solo laners, come up bigger. They find the win. They will take the Baron as their final prize, and they can start thinking about that NACL promotion tournament. The dream might come alive, Gordo. They have fought so long and so hard to get to where they are, but finally it is paying dividends. One more fight might just do the trick. This game is looking very dire for the Lotus squad.
And it comes down to Infernal Chains, the basic W of Aatrox. Locking down Chrome, his hubris stepping up too far, pulled back in, chain CC'd and executed, giving Zenshi Gaming the opportunity to claim themselves a second dragon, to claim themselves the Baron, and to take a firm grasp of this game. It is not done yet for Lotus, but a critical error setting Zenshi up for a potential 3-1 win.
Chrome trying to be the solo carry here in this game, but one misstep, one miscalculation, one little toe over that line. Zenshi are able to punish. Kim down.
Prison comes out. Kim down, able to shadow dash away.
It's a dud.
No, it's a dud.
Yeah. Lotus, they're trying to look for these opportunities away, back into the match.
No,
but even if you find a pick, it feels so difficult to imagine their ability to win in these 5v5s because now Barrick has scaled up. It's an Atrax at 3 items. Cupic, he has his weakest part of the game gone. This Anivia is scaled up, has 10 stacks on the Roa. They are just sieging with this Baron empowered wave without a care in the world, knowing that the Anivia ult is going to keep them safe, prevent Lotus from engaging. They have nothing they can do against this pick. Barrick though, maybe there's an opportunity.
Up too far. In goes the Hextech ultimatum. Chrome is over the wall. The knockup's coming on through.
He's invincible!
They can't stop him. Chrome is executed even through the tank items, even through all the teammates around him, all the buffing from Lulu. It means nothing. Chrome and Porsche are killed off in a play that they started, and Zenshi Gaming 5 versus 3. Baron at their backs are making a march into the base.
And Barrick, call this man Mark Grayson, because he's feeling insert title card here of a certain Amazon show. Zenshi as a squad are feeling the same way. It's 3v5. They only have a Baron empowered cannon minion, but that's enough to keep their siege going, Gordo.
10 seconds on Chrome. He's going to be back and available soon. They're going to try to buy as much time as they can. Chad going to get executed way too fast, though. Robbie's got to keep himself alive. A 3-man fate sealed will buy some of those critical moments. Chrome is back into the fight. Lightning crashes back up. He fires away. This is Chrome's moment. Needs to stand and fight, but he'll be executed all the same. Porsche can't stand it either. Zenshi Gaming 3-1 over Lotus. They're going to the promotion tournament.
Welcome to the promotion tournament. Zenshi Gaming. Lotus favored on the day, but taken out by the underdogs. The members, the players who so many people underrated, who cast aside and were little more than an afterthought in so many people's minds. They make us remember, Gordo, because now we're going to be seeing these guys for the foreseeable future. Lotus will be knocked down toward the lower bracket. Their hopes still there, but now that safety net is gone. You got to feel bad for these players. They have gotten so close to tier 2 in the past. And Porsche and Robbie Bob, we keep mentioning it on the broadcast, but one mere game away from promoting into the NACL last year. And now they have a really, really tall ladder to climb if they want to even rival that position they found themselves in.
And undoubtedly a breakout series and competitive for Cupic and Globby. Two players who have
not is Globby, bro?
In these OQs before. Cupic, got the start in NACL, but has never had a team run deep in the open qualifiers before. Globby, I don't think has ever competed in an open qualifier before at all.
No.
And they both show up today against Chrome and Robbie Bob, two of the most veteran players in the tier 3 ecosystem who are anticipated to be in the promotion tournament by default each and every split.
Yeah.
Cupic and Globby managed to show up, and Barrick, NXI, and Kim down, the hyped prospects of the past, have lost some of that hype as of late. They piece it together here. They show why they are some of the most talented players in the scene as well. Every single member with highlight plays over the course of this series. What a match from Zenshi Gaming to qualify for themselves, qualify themselves for the promo tournament, and they are now in the conversation.
It's going to be really exciting to see a team that It's always really fun to see teams that are able to take the meta and kind of master it, right? The champions that are flavored in competitive play and you know, play those to perfection. Those are always fun to watch, but I feel like more often than not, I really admire the teams that have unorthodox strategies, right? Ones that don't adhere to the meta. And I think especially now that the entire world is fearless pilled, those kinds of teams are really worth taking a double glance at. I think NXI was so fun to watch in this series, playing things that weren't necessarily what we would think. The blind first pick Zed was never in a million years going to be on my bingo card. And then, of course, it goes without saying that Cupic in all 3 of their wins performed on his champions, on his style. And that style, I am really excited to see how it'll translate if this team can make it into tier 2, especially when we've got Samikin. The Samikin versus Cupic matchup, that's going to be spicy, Gordo.
I mean, we need a name for this, like this little clan they got going on. Samikin, Cupic, Seasonal Leaves, these guys who play Zoe and Hui.
The Mage Masters. I don't know. We'll figure it out.
Yeah, well, we got to come up with some kind of nickname for these guys. We'll workshop it. But you know, you mentioned the potential to see them in tier 2. This is not that far-fetched at this stage. This is the biggest barrier to me saying that they have a legitimate shot. You know, it's CCG, a dangerous team coming down from tier 2. Most assume that they will re-promote. I don't know that I disagree with that, but
yeah,
the
Vancouver Impact, not so much.
That's a team that I think a lot of people see as vulnerable. They're the wounded animal that you can go in there and potentially sneak a spot away from. And the other teams in this open qualifier, right? Apex Mission Impossible winning that other series 3-1 over Cupid. They are also in the promo tournament.
Yeah,
not like the juggernauts of tournaments past. This is not a Dragoons Goons. This is not a Mirage Alliance. You know, take your pick of whoever was slamming open qualifiers in that era.
This is like a Ducky Getter squad, almost like a Ducky Getter squad of, like, you know, like you said, past prospects and rejects who haven't been able to, you know, really make it super big in NACL in the past. Now, I think proving a lot of those people that labeled them as that wrong and are going to be able to make something happen here in the promotion tournament. I definitely agree with you. I think that CCG probably favored to re-promote. I personally am agreeing with you on that, Gordo, but Vancouver Impact, I think that's the slot that a lot of these teams that promote and play in this tournament from tier 3 are going to be looking to take over for.
Yeah, and comparable to teams like those Ducky Getters past, but with the exception that there isn't that big juggernaut team here in the open qualifiers that you would expect to beat them. Ducky Getters never won a promo tournament, but this is as close as you can get in the current format. There will be no final played between AMI and Zenshi Gaming. The equivalent to that will have to take place in the promo tournament itself, with both of them qualifying as upper seeds. They'll share the 1-2 seed department, but I do think it goes to tournament seeding after that. So AMI will be number 1, Zenshi will be number 2.
Yeah.
But regardless, I mean, they come in here having effectively won an open qualifier, something that, you know, these teams were comparing them to. Were actually
huge for Globby, by the way. Yeah, huge for Globby. A player who this is like the meme that a lot of people had with Zeka right after he won Worlds, where it's like he's got no accolades, no domestic wins, no international wins, no nothing. Literally completely empty pedigree list. Worlds 2022 winner. That's it. This guy, Globby, basically nothing. Promo tournament winner. Like that, or NACL OQ winner. Like, insane. I love to see stuff like that, and I'm really excited to see what he can do in the future. I think the idea of having this guy go up against players like Zev, against players like Shogo, that'll be super cool. I'm excited for that, and I think everyone else is too. I think this is a team that garners a lot of fans just based off of the what's the word? The pedigree and just the history of a lot of the individual members of Zenshi Gaming. So hoping to see more of them, excited to see more of them, Gordo. And yeah, hopefully we get to cover that promotion tournament here on Aegis. I'm not sure what the situation is going to be on that, but we'll certainly let y'all know in the future.
We absolutely will. And in an era where, you know, Conviction are in the upper finals of the NACL right now, these teams that play off the wall strategies, that play a little non-traditional,
Yeah.
are really starting to, in a fearless world, show that they can contend with teams that play more by the book and are able to find edges and find victories off the back of those sorts of creative strategies. Going to add Zenshi Gaming to the short list of teams that could use those kinds of tactics to find their way all the way into the tier 2 tournament. Very, very big stuff for them here. Congrats to Zenshi Gaming on the win. Lotus are not eliminated yet.
Nope.
They will drop down to the lower bracket. That will give Aegis here more opportunities to keep on following them throughout the rest of the open qualifiers. Once they get down to that second best of 5, that'll be on the final day next weekend. So Lotus done for the weekend as the rest of the lower bracket plays itself out to determine who is going to be facing off against them. That is going to do it for our broadcast today. That's also going to do it for me on OQs. I'm traveling, so we will be bringing in some other casters. I think final day is still TBD, so I'm not going to make any promises about who will be appearing. I know you'll be here, Quacks, for some of the days at the very least.
Yep,
So
I'll be here
stay
tomorrow.
tuned. Yeah, stay tuned to the Aegis channel. We'll be back tomorrow. Same bat time, same bat Twitch channel, before 4 p.m. EST for that second day of the weekend and for more rounds in the lower bracket for open qualifiers. It is sure to be a party, so we hope you will be able to join there along with us. But that is going to do it for the broadcast today. Thank you, everybody, for hanging out alongside us. Congratulations to Zenshi. Best of luck to Lotus in the lower bracket. And we will see everybody tomorrow for another day of the open qualifiers.